Yeah, it's giving it a moment while you just... Oh, you just dropped that out.
Works, Steve. Assume you have the volume on low.
I have no idea. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Hello and welcome to Dosti Cricket Stadium in Amsterdam. Against all the odds around the world, with the amount of rain pouring, we are on and we are playing live top class cricket. I'm joined here by my co-commentator and all-round good guy, Piers Fletcher. Piers, we're playing cricket today.
Corey, what an absolutely majestic sight being here at Drieberg today.
What a stadium.
What a venue for today's fixture. Arnav Jain on strike for the second over. You would have seen the first over, a maiden bowled there. And we're seeing Arnav Jain look to take an easy second as the fielder down here at third man was nothing short of shambolic.
Well,
Corey,
I'm just excited. I'm excited. So, for people that don't know, Arnav's opening the batting because Scott Edwards was on the toilet. Scott Edwards was on the toilet at the start of the game, and Arnav's been promoted. What a debacle!
As we see the bowler running in from the far end, I'm unsure of his name at this point, but we will get to it. Yeah,
I've lost it.
Look, it's been a long day, a lot of delirious scenes. The VOC side turned up to the home of cricket, Hazelaweg, at 8:30 this morning and stayed put there until around about 1:30 at the earliest, I believe, before any decision was made. And Peter Saylor, who's been at the venue here at Drieberg from 9:15, gave us the call. There was going to be a game, and on the road we got. Most players getting here around 2:20 for a 2:30 start.
Yeah, crazy.
Not ideal preparation, Corey, but preparation nonetheless for a very important game in the top class today.
Yeah, 4 points up for grabs. Doesn't matter how you got there, we're here. So let's get into the action. Ugh. There's Arnie on strike and he pats that back to the bowler. But yeah, let's just talk about a little bit of the scene so that the viewers understand. Early start at VOC. There was a couple of ball games. The Oculus was out. People playing football. There was almost an injury to the top class wicket taker of the year, young C, but he's pulled up all right. 2 changes for VOC. Dirk van Buren out and Corey Rutgers out, meaning Rohan Malik and Ayaz Durrani are in as Arnav, the opener today, still on strike as he pats that back in. And yeah, so a little bit of crazy scenes. The game started at 2:30. VOC rocked up at 2:22. And yeah, if you have just joined us, Scott Edwards at that stage has thought, I need to run to the bathroom. And he's not come off the log for at least 5 minutes, meaning Arnav's been promoted. What do you think of that, Pierce?
Look, in these sort of extreme circumstances, things just happen, Corey, and that's the only way I can explain it. Nature calls, and unfortunately for Scotty, he has been pushed down the order. Probably the informed VOC batter, some would say, but dropping back into probably his more native middle order slot.
Yeah, I think
where
he's
he
better,
probably belongs.
I think he's better suited as a middle order bat. So if Arnie goes big today, hopefully the world's order will be restored. So Max O'Dowd, we did miss the first over, blocked the first 6, and probably a good idea by Max. He looked a little bit tired in the car, a little bit sleepy, as we like to say. And Dosti starting with the left arm off spin around the wicket on a mat that stayed a little bit low in the first over, Pierce.
Yeah, it did, Corey, and also the lengthy outfield with the football line still on it. Definitely something that could confuse the fielders later on.
I'm confused here as Max smashes that down the ground, and that's the first 4 of the day, and none of the VOC faithful go pick it up. So Max O'Dowd saw enough in the first over and thought, I'm going to put the first one of the third over back over your head.
Yes, I believe this is Asif Hosenbucks, who used to play for Quick.
Yeah, he's a good little bowler, Asif. Saw him training in the winter at Sparta, actually, using the facilities. Has a good arm ball.
Yeah, look, I think that's his only ball, but especially on these sort of wickets, that is very tried and trusted as we see him go again, and O'Dowd placing that ball to mid-off.
Tell you what, Max O'Dowd might be liking the 42-metre boundary straight here at the cricket stadium in Dosti. Capacity, 15,000 for those that want to know.
15,000 ants, that is.
Credit to Dosti for getting this game up. They're looking for their first win of the year, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here on a 12-degree day in May.
12?
11, being generous.
Here's O'Dowd on strike once more.
6. Shout. Honestly, you might as well put the commentary cap on me, because as soon as I saw that ball go above the eye level, that was only going one way, down the ground for 6, and that's a great shot by Maxwell O'Dowd.
Maxwell Patrick O'Dowd just carrying on from where he was last week against Sparta. 112 not out he was, and then backed that up again with an 82 in the ODIs at VOC Hazelweg.
Yeah, he's in some form.
On a turf wicket, but mat wickets they are a little bit more tricky as we see Hosenbucks in, and what can he do in reply?
Oh, that's a dart outside off, goes back to the favoured arm ball. But yeah, Max in some form, making some good runs for Netherlands and for VOC in the last week. And he'd be looking to go big today as they now put mid-off back, which should have been done basically from the start if you know anything about Max O'Dowd. And that's flighted again and patted back. And I'm just looking at the backward point fieldsman, Pierce.
Sorry, Corey, I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm feeling specks of rain
You've
come
got
across
to be
the desk.
kidding me. It's raining. If we go off for rain, I'm blowing up. I am blowing up today. I'm not sitting on the fence anymore.
As O'Dowd on strike once more as the rain definitely gets harder.
Oh, my word. If you tell me...
I'm getting the umbrella out.
Yep, get the umbrella
out. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We're under the umbrella in the comm box here. I tell you right now, if we have gone to VOC, sat there for 4.5 hours, then been told to drive 55 minutes to Amsterdam and it starts raining 18 balls into the game, if this game gets called off, I'll be writing a letter to the KNCB saying making rained affairs 2 points each, so this debacle of a league sorts its stuff out, because this is damn disgraceful.
As I get a...
We're going off here. Unbelievable.
Viewer question, and it's from manager of the VOC site, Merrill Farson, saying, Corey, please try not to blow up today.
I'm blowing up. What's our segment? Rants Rant of the Week. Well, here it comes. 1 point for an abandoned game is a debacle from the KNCB. We've driven 55 minutes because you're trying to force fixtures. If it's raining, it's abandoned. It's 2 points. Face facts. Rants Rant over.
All right. Third man. Fine leg. The fielder's out. First slip. Very, very fine as the bowler from the phone who is still unsure of his name. And that's our apologies, but the KNCB Cricket Live app has been crashing with this game. Probably a fair sign of...
Oh no, the umpire. And now the umpires that have forced us to come this far with the fixtures like this are now saying, oh, one more ball and then we'll go off. I'm done. I'm absolutely done.
Now...
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Now, we're joined in co-commentary, Corey and I, by Scott Edwards, the man who was caught on the stalls, as some say. And... we see, we're going to see another delivery.
Unbelievable. It's pouring rain. Oh.
And I can say that is genuinely heavy rain, and the umpire's not looking to come together at all.
Well, the thing is...
Scotty, we look over to our right here, and I'd say the term I would use is packed in at the back with the amount of rain that's coming through from that corner again. Is that the way you're seeing it?
Mate, it is absolutely hosing down. And while I've got you here, I've got a little secret to tell. I didn't actually need to go to the toilet. I just had no interest in going out there and batting in this weather.
Which is an absolute class move by Scotty Edwards. And as Max whips that away for 2. So, heavy rain here. VOC off to a pretty steady start, though. A couple of boundaries to Max O'Dowd, but it is heavy rain here. And Amazingly, the umpires are staying out there. Obviously, their jobs are on the line. KNCB sent an email telling the umpires they have to play through storms and blizzards. Category 4 cyclone almost. So Max takes strike again. That's wide outside off some and driven nicely to extra cover for a dot.
Yeah, look, this rain definitely not relenting anytime soon by the looks. But we've been told that we're going to look to push through where possible, Corey. So that will be the order of the day, I believe.
Yeah, so if you want to get your questions in on YouTube or by the VOC Rotterdam ECL page, we're happy to answer anything you have for the day.
Well, whilst we're still here.
Whilst we're still here, as Max runs a quick single into the leg side, and Arnav, who's not the best runner between wickets, responds all right there.
Look, and that's over bowled, and the umpires just looking to scurry their players through the overs. Like I say, we apologise if you're hearing the rain hit the umbrella, but we're doing everything we can to try and keep as much of our electrical equipment under shelter as much as we can, as we seem to be joined by the new inclusion for today.
Hello guys.
Ayaz Durrani. Ayaz, you're going to have to scoot a lot closer to get anywhere near the mic, and probably under this umbrella as well, mate.
I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Is it raining out there, Ayaz?
Yes, it's still raining. I'm quite surprised the game's still going on, but yeah. I'm just being informed that it's the hardest rain which has befallen today. So, well, looking forward to have a raining game.
Let's use your outside voice, Ayaz, as Max just blocks it into the offside.
Yep, so Hosenbuck's into his third over. 35 overs aside, the contest was originally 36, but due to the lack of warm-ups for the Dosti players, because they were still sitting out the field, just had to be reduced by an extra over. But that does make it a bit more of a round number for cricket, which is far more suitable, as Hosenbuck throws that ball wide outside off stump once more, and
that is a
the
big
ball skidding through on this slightly slippery mat.
I've got a question for you, Piercy.
Yeah, go for it, Scotty.
In these sort of conditions, what's going through Maxie's head? Is he worried about, this weather and getting out just as a rain break falls?
shot. That's a great shot. Sorry to interrupt your question there, Scotty, for Piercy. That's a cover drive through extra cover for 4, and I don't think you're worrying about getting out when you're getting offered fruit outside off like that, Scott.
Look, Scotty, I like the question. No, look, I think Max is just trying to catch you up in the VOC run scoring list.
Long way to go.
To be fair, mate. So any opportunity he gets to get out there in the middle and show his class for VOC, he's going to go out in there and do it. And to be fair, I'm pretty surprised that ran across the across the turf. To be fair, and it's absolutely bucketing down now. And we're all scurrying.
Oh, that's mowed over mid-wicket. Well, I tell you what, if we're only going to play a 5-over game, Max is going to enjoy it. And he's lofted that over the mid-wicket boundary, and it is pouring cats and dogs. The two umpires, I'm in disbelief. I'm in absolute disbelief. The boys are staying. It is pouring rain.
I'm concerned that the boys aren't going to be able to watch the footage with the amount of raindrops falling on the camera here.
Tell you what, this Armani jacket I've got on today might be losing its value as well.
Look, and if you do notice that there's something wrong with the picture quality,
it's because there's a blizzard.
It's because it's absolutely bucketing down, and that is no, definitely no word short of a lie. It's absolutely pouring down.
Yeah, and the umpires have lost it here. Surely they're pulling us off. Surely make the right. Yeah, and Maxi's just started walking off. He's cracked it, and we're going to pull our comms. This is a joke. Yep. Let's go. Get your stuff. Sorry, viewers, but absolute debacle. And here comes Max O'Dowd. And we're going to get a live interview with Max O'Dowd on the screen here. Max, you've just driven 50 minutes in the rain. On the camera, please. Please be on camera. How do you feel about the start here?
It's a wet start here today at Dosti. It's tough. I've walked straight out of the car onto the park. I'm a little bit tight. I'm trying to be wary that, I don't want to do anything over extravagant, but if it's up there, I'm going to try and take it on these short boundaries. But at the moment, it's just too wet to be playing cricket.
Great words from a great man, Max O'Dowd.
All right, and as he darts to the change room, I think I will go and dart to the change room myself, Corey.
Yeah,
it's been a pleasure to be alongside you once more, and we'll be back with an update as soon as potentially this rain either passes or when you see the stream go off.
Thank you, viewers. We'll be back maybe next week or maybe later. Bye.
stuff. Let's put it behind the side screen first. Can you bring the table?
Wait.
Hey, Mark's put a message in the coaches chat. Funny, I've just said, mate, was just pointing out the 1 point system's a bit odd.
Fierce, how do you get it, like the camera is standing like
Hey, mate,
up
we're
now?
back on in 5 minutes.
How do you get it like this?
I'll sort it out. Yeah. It's just because it's sitting back here. Oh, it's not great, is it? You need to plug anything else to start with?
You don't have any. You actually need to have that roll-on thing.
But we can't put it too high.
And the battery is low, man.
Yeah. And this thing is on.
It's all good. Well, the battery's low, so let's.
I think
Where does that go?
already as well.
In the AV? In the AV slot?
Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah, because there's no other. Yeah, in the AV.
Just where it goes? Are you sure it doesn't go in the back of that?
No,
Yeah,
it should be here, yeah. I love it.
Welcome back to Dryburg, where we are looking for a restart in this critical top class game between VOC Rotterdam, the away side, and hosts Dosti United. Unfortunately, the earlier rain has meant the loss of 10 overs per side, so we're down to 25 overs per team here. My name is Piers Fletcher. I'm joined in co-commentary by Belgium head coach Corey Rutgers and Scott Edwards, the Dutch national wicketkeeper and also VOC's leading run scorer this year. We also have expert comments from Ayaz Durrani, who is in the side today in place of Zachary Dirk, Alexander Van Baren. Corey, it's an absolute pleasure to have you back alongside as we see the Dosti players coming back out onto the field. Welcome back, mate.
Thanks for having me here, Pierce. And what a credit to the KNCB, the umpires, and the whole association for getting us back on here. At the end of the day, we want to play cricket, and we've fought through a lot of rain and a lot of puddles, and somehow we're back on. It is a little bit ominous in the background. Some pretty dark clouds just next to us, but it looks like we'll get back out there. Max O'Dowd and Arnav Jain opening the batting today. Scotty Edwards down back into the middle order. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get through the rest of the match. It's going to be a 25 over affair like you pointed out. And yeah, it looks like there's a few rain affected games around the country, but hopefully we can get this one finished. But we'll ask a question to Scotty just quickly while he's here. Scotty, rain affected games, different order today. What do you think's par on this small outfield? And the pitch looked a little bit low to start.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to see what the DLS, what's the name of it?
Duckworth Lewis Stern
That's the
method.
one. That's the one. I'd be interested to see what that adds onto the total after that fast start from Maxi and Arnav here.
Yep.
But I'm thinking a total of around 150 will be very hard to chase.
150, okay. Yeah, so around about 6 runs and over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that VOC would be trying to aim for a bit more than that though? Or
I would have thought we'll be looking at that 160, 170. I think it will be quite hard for the bowlers here on this wet wicket.
Yeah.
But in saying that, we saw earlier that the wicket was staying quite low, and when they can spread the field, it may potentially get harder for the batsmen.
I've got one for you here, Sticks. Do you see at the far end right now how there's only 2 stumps in?
Yep.
Did you know when cricket started, it was played with 2 stumps, not 3? And do you know what year it changed?
Yeah, 1937.
Correct. Once again, you're unbelievable. Just 2 years before the World War II, they did change it. So well done again, Stixie, with that.
Thank you.
But yeah, a little bit of cricket knowledge for all our viewers out there. Cricket did begin with only 2 stumps and 1 bail.
Thanks for such wonderful insight, Corey. This is exactly why we have you on the comms on such critical days in the top class. So you might see on your picture ahead of you the Dosti players doing as much as they can to get that sawdust down and get us back on the park. We will say that the Bowen alarm is showing some very heavy rain, and just over to our right, Scotty, we saw it earlier in the afternoon, and like I say, it looks like it's
about to happen.
What I would say is absolutely pour down here at Dryburg again in about, I'd say no more than about 6.5 minutes. So just as we get underway, I'd expect some more rain. But regardless, I'm pleased to say that the umpires, as I feel, a couple of little drops already starting to fall on us, but we do have the umbrella ahead, and I think we're going to get that up early. Corey, 23 without loss. Max O'Dowd looking ominous as well. Not just the rain being ominous, but Max O'Dowd being ominous.
I tell you what, that cloud looks like it's come from Dante's Peak. We sure there isn't a volcano in the background? Because that is brewing. My word, that might be the darkest cloud in cricket history. But
I actually thought there was a fire in Amsterdam.
That is big. So
I think like smoke.
Yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but this commentator feels we might be off again in 10 minutes. But then, what's the radar saying? Is that the last big shower, Piercy, or?
Look, I'm seeing on the alarm as I pull it up in front of me once more, Corey. It does look that after about the 5 o'clock mark, we might be clear. So if we don't lose any more overs and they're able to cover the wicket as they have.
Hold the press, Pierce. So was one of the Dosti players wearing a jacket? Huge fan.
Yeah, that is part of their team kit this year. They are allowed to wear a fleece from a different brand. Oh. But look, whatever you need to do to get the game on, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's good that we're here. It does look like there's rain-interrupted games all weekend, not just today. It's been an odd May for Dutch weather, as we all know. But 4 points on the line, not just the one. So everyone wants that 4 points. And it's going to be a bit of a logjam this year in the top classer with all the teams being pretty even. As we'll look at some scores around the grounds, and that, why don't you tell us how it's going at HCC Sparta?
Yeah, I'm not sure who won the toss there, Corey, but what I can see is Sparta is 3 down for 28 through 11 overs there. I think they're playing 29 overs a side, so still quite a wee way to go, and with Bakari out, a lot going to fall on Garnet Tar. I'd love to see a little bit of Garnet Tar.
Yeah, great.
Get a little bit of garniture a bit later on in the afternoon.
Might be one of the great names in the league. So obviously, just a quick update here. We were meant to start again at 4:15, but it looks like maybe on your screens.
No, Corey, we're looking to start at 4:20.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. But Dosti players all seem to be looking at one piece of grass. I don't know if someone's lost their car keys or a mobile. Has happened before. As Durrani actually lost his car keys while playing against Punjab.
Well, he said he lost his car keys, Corey, but what I then found out later on in the afternoon was that they were just in his pocket and he didn't actually look properly. So I don't really know what to take from that story, but we're going to keep going around the grounds. And VCC, 4 wickets down for 60 against a plucky Punjab side.
Oh, that's probably game of the round, you'd say. Punjab versus VCC. 2 evenly matched sides, one bowler dominant and one batting dominant. And oh no.
They've called it.
Oh no, it looks like it's... Is it raining?
I think we're going to get underway, Corey, and maybe that massive cloud could possibly skirt round us, which would be absolutely unbelievable and really great for this fixture.
Yeah, I they can probably see it in the background there, potentially, Piercy.
Not too sure what our angle's like now. We're a bit more flat on the angle, Scotty. But yeah, for those viewers that can't see, ominous clouds around. But at the moment, all that matters is Max O'Dowd and Arnav Jana walking out. And Max, with the pineapple hair, looks He looks ominous form, doesn't he? Ominous is the word at the moment. How many fours? 3 fours and a 6 before the rain interval. Opening batsman for the Dutch and in some serious form. A really good 100 for VOC the other week. And what did he make against Scotland, Pierce?
82, Corey.
82. So a man in red hot form along with the man alongside me, Scott Edwards. So, Scotty, how about we let you bring us into the first ball back, take the lead as commentator and reintroduce us into this fixture.
Perfect, mate. Well, as we can see, Arnav bending down, taking strike here. I think, is that Mahesh Hans?
It is indeed.
Mahesh
Coming
Hans.
on from the far end.
A very wily off spinner.
Yeah,
I call it the Korf ball end here,
right,
Scotty.
right. Well, there you go. So he'll look to be quite fast into the wicket, I think, starting up here. Let's see how we go.
And it looks like they're operating with 3 men back, so that tells me that the power play has changed. 4 men back, sorry.
Yep.
So yeah, it looks like Dosti straight onto the defensive and with no wickets down. This is theoretically almost a T20. Almost a T20.
Well, it's actually a 19.2, Corey, because we're through 5.4.
Well, there you go. And
As-
we're...
Oh,
No, Scotty. No, we'll let
sorry,
Scotty
sorry.
bring us
Right.
back.
And Mahesh Hans into bowl to Arnav Jain.
You're whispering?
Oh, it's well bowled, stayed low, and just blocked back to the bowler.
Well-
One thing from Arnav, he's not particularly well known for his big hitting, so be interesting to see how he goes here.
Yeah, interesting to see him open the
In
batting,
again,
actually.
and blocked back to the bowler. Just getting back into the groove here, it looks like.
Very nice start for you, Scotty.
Well brought us in, Scotty.
Very radio commentary-esque, and I'm a big fan of that with the only single camera that we have. We will look to hopefully build on our cameras throughout the years.
Did hear that we are thinking about multiple views next year.
Oh,
Commentary booths.
would be phenomenal, Corey.
VOC, the pioneers in technology in KNCB cricket. As that is short, and that has
how
missed
has that
leg
missed?
stump by about an inch as the man with the fleece jacket runs to field it, and Arnie turns around for that
He
second and
looks
says
amazing, that man in a
no.
fleece
Well, he's
jacket.
keeping warm, which is a key here. It is pretty fresh down here, and unseasonal May weather, we would say. It's been cold and rainy, but fingers crossed we get this game complete now. It does look like that big black cloud is going to miss the ground, which is phenomenal.
If there's one thing I'd be telling Max O'Dowd now, it is do not go back, because this ball is not getting above shin high at the moment.
It's been low bounce so far, Pierce.
It absolutely has, Corey, and I can tell you there's a very chilly breeze coming from behind us. This as well, and this one layer that I have on is probably not sufficient as Max O'Dowd knocking that ball into mid-wicket, and there's no chance of it being 2 on this skiddy Dosti Dryber outfield.
So yeah, everyone tuning in. Oh, the camera's going! It's a goal, Scott! That is an unbelievable catch.
Oh, get that one on footage, mate. That was fun.
Oh, that is unbelievable. The frog box is
Camera's
almost...
gone as well.
It's almost broken my hand,
Alright,
though.
Mate, you're still on commentary though.
If I don't know. Okay, my
Only
apologies.
they could see
If
that.
anyone can hear us right now, the camera has gone flying. Scott Edwards has leapt out of his chair and with the left hand caught it before the biggest puddle of water you could see. We were just talking about VOC being pioneers in technology. You just almost had about €5,000 worth of equipment blow up. Scott, that was a hell of a catch.
Yeah, obviously I'm in some form at the moment. The hands are feeling good, and
yes, could
yeah,
you-
I was just glad to hang on to it.
Yeah, well done. That was very lucky. That could have been diabolical. That would have summed up today
At
a
least it
little
would have
bit.
been on footage, so we could have said it's not our fault. It was that gust of wind that caught us.
So Pierce Fletcher is just standing on his feet and fixing, as it looks like new bowler number 13. Too sure of the name. Keeper up to the stumps and off a longish sort of run, so maybe some medium pace. As Pepine sends a message. Can you check the encoder? There's a blue screen, so maybe one of the cables is loose, Pierce.
It's probably wet.
Should be back on now, so if we could get an update from our viewers, that'd
Yeah.
be wonderful.
Can you look on your phone?
I think I'm going to turn cameraman here, Corey, and just hold this.
Yeah, so Pep has said, never mind, we're all good. As the bowler runs in, Max O'Dowd on strike, and that is wide of off stump and hit hard down the ground. Should be a single, and that's the first run of this end for Max back into it. He looks a little bit stuck on his feet, does Max. The thighs are a little bit heavy, and he's been getting into the chalky digestives of Pierce Fletcher in the cupboard this last week. Might have put on a kg or 2 sticks.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he might have even ordered a late night ribs last night. And we
Hold
know
on.
how that worked last time.
Hot off the press as Arnav taps that back. I'd like to see Arnie just be a little bit more proactive here. But are you telling me there was a late night ribs order, a pre-match ribs again?
All I'm saying is I heard the doorbell ring at 11:30 when I was in bed. So I don't know if it was you, Piercy.
Definitely wasn't me, mate.
There you go. My money's on Max O'Dowd.
And that's short outside off, and Arnie hits that straight to the fielder as well. So Arnie slowly building his way back into it. Oh, as Pierce Fletcher looks like he's going to be doing the camera work and moving the camera to where the ball goes.
Oh,
if you
phenomenal.
can, I'm curious to see how you go at this, Piercy. I'm real curious. If you can follow the ball well, I'll be astounded. It's Arnie.
See, Max O'Dowd is in the way of the delivery being
Oh,
That's a
roll.
That's stayed extremely low. Jeez, I remember playing at Dosti the last few years. I don't think I've seen the pitch stay this low. Is it a new match? Have I missed some information here, Scott?
Unsure. I just think I think the rain's done some bit of damage to it. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah.
Might be one of those days where you just bowl halfway down the wicket and catch it on the way down.
So, as a batsman, do you just look to get forward on a pitch like this always?
Oh, I don't, but as a as a normal batsman, I think you should. Yes.
So that is short, and that is tucked nicely into the leg side by Max, who looks like he's setting himself for a big score today and showing a lot of respect to the bowler there. Arnav elevated today. Scott, a little bit of bathroom blooper. You just couldn't hold it in and you had to leave, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's part of life, I think.
So where are you in the order now?
I don't know if I'm allowed to. Am I allowed to disclose that information?
Yeah, we'll let it go.
Okay. I think I'm coming in at 5 today.
5 today.
So just a straight swap for Arnav.
Yeah. Yep, fair enough. And that's probably the right thing to do, to keep everyone else in their natural positions that they practice to each week, yes?
That's it, absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want to disrupt a cricketer's role positions, and some people are a little bit fickle about where they bat and how often they represent that position.
Now,
So
Arnav here, I think he's about 1 off 8 balls since the delay.
Yeah, I think Arnie thinks it's a 50-over game still. I hope someone's told in the news it's a shortened game, 25 overs. But he's been given the option to open today, so fingers crossed he takes it with both hands. He's looked in good form so far this year, Arnie.
He has. He probably hasn't had the opportunity that he's been hoping for. So maybe that's what he's thinking about. Just really put on a big score here, give himself a chance.
Oh, Arnie calls Max through for a single, and that probably was there actually, but Max, he might be
lining this up, I have a feel.
Oh, he did say to me before that to Mahesh Hans he has a lot of respect for. He's a bit of a wily fox with his arm ball and the way he skids it through sometimes. So, I mean, everyone operating on the boundary basically, huge gaps into the leg side in the inner ring.
Hans into bowl.
Well, that's
tosses
glided,
up
and that is
that
boomed.
had to go.
That is huge. Oh my word, it's on the basketball court.
It's on the wrong sporting arena.
So Max O'Dowd licking his lips today. He was licking his lips last night, having ribs apparently as well. But the first 2 balls we've seen flighted today have both gone for maximums.
Absolutely. You just doesn't seem like you can throw it up to him today. I'd be getting it into the wicket. I don't think tossing it up is the option to O'Dowd in this sort of form.
Yeah, when he's in this sort of form, he does seem to clear the pickets, we like to call them, quite simply. And as pickets, we're talking miniature flags around the boundaries. I'd say those straight boundaries only about 50 metres, Scotty?
50 is generous, I
Yeah?
feel. Yeah, I reckon I could kick a footy that far, and I can only kick the footy about 35 metres.
Yeah, that is a fair shout. So Max O'Dowd accelerating here. Arnav giving him some able support so far. Mahesh, I don't think we'll see flight another one up. He might be looking just to dart them up, or maybe a little bit wider of off stump to those inner ring fielders as he comes in once more, and that is short outside off. And Maxi delicately hits it to... he's just come off his feet and he's well fielded, but it'll just be a single. So,
Oh no, the umpires... No, it's all right. They're just signalling halfway, but there is a little bit of rain about at the moment.
As Piers Fletcher follows the little mobile carrying the covers around, and this commentator a little bit disappointed to say the rain is starting to fall again, and it's starting to get heavier as he comes in once more. And Arnav struggling since the resumption, really, as the umpires... they look at each other. Unfortunately, we missed that big dark cloud, but another band of clouds, low-lying clouds, have come over and it's starting to rain again. Bit of a truncated day, this one. Truncated, that was the word.
It's a great word.
That's a great English word,
Thanks,
that one.
Jules.
As Arnie skews that away backward of point for another single. And unfortunately, we don't want to harp on about the rain, but when you're sitting here and it's pouring and Ayaz Durrani keeps the umbrella over himself 2 seats away, that's when you realise it's not great. And yeah, it's getting heavier now. I think they're going to come off, Scotty.
There might be 1 ball left here.
Yeah.
So if I was Hansi, I would be throwing this up to the moon and seeing if O'Dowd wants to take it on.
Yeah, I think Maxi's loading up here. No, nice shot to to a short point, and here
think
come
that
the
will be
umpires,
it.
and I think that's us again.
Thank
Max
you.
goes off, and that is it. So apologies, viewers. We've only been able to get a couple more overs in, but we're leaving the field once more. And hold on, we'll stay with you here as Max O'Dowd jogs his way to the commentary box. He's hit one big six there. It's pouring rain, and Max, nice start to your innings again. Another six. It's pouring. How do you feel?
Not fantastic. Once again, very wet. Wet conditions out here at Dosti, not ideal for batting. Yeah, I don't have much more to say other than it's very wet and we probably shouldn't be playing.
And wise words from a wise man, number 4, Max O'Dowd. We'll be back with our live viewers straight after the rain resumption. Thank you.
kicks.
Already?
I'm gonna plug it in, yeah?
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
This is Scott Edwards live here, joined to you with Corey Rutgers to my left. Corey, now that was one of the fastest turnarounds of taking the covers off and players on the field that I think I've ever seen.
Well, welcome back, Stixie. I have absolutely no idea what's going on today. It's been one of the longest days ever for 7 overs of play, but that might be it. We might be into the green, we might be getting some clear skies, and it's going to probably lost about 2 or 3 overs there, so maybe a 22 over affair. I didn't hear from the umpires, but fingers crossed, that is the end of the rain, and we're going to get a match in.
Yeah, I think if it happens one more time, I think I'm taking the car and I'm going home. 'Cause I think 2 times is enough, and hopefully this is it for the day. So.
Well, look, I don't know about you. I'm hiding the car keys because I want to be here. It's a brisk day. It's a bit chilly. Max O'Dowd's flying along. Max O'Dowd's hit 2 6s and 4 4s. And practicing his shots there on screen, as you can see. He's worked on that technique, a bigger high elbow, and really been working the ball around nicely. And he's opening the batting with Arnav Jain today. Arnav hasn't really got going just yet, but we'll be looking to step it up after the latest rain break. And I dare say there's a bit of blue sky in the background, Scotty.
It's turned an absolute 360 here. It is a beautiful day for cricket.
Well, isn't a 360 bring it back to where it was? And a 180 is a turn?
I'm not sure. I'll get back to you on that one.
Well, I did see some videos from Rotterdam, actually. Merrill Farson sent through a few to Pierce, and it's sunny down in Rotterdam. So, weird day, but that's Netherlands weather for you sometimes, yeah?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's just one of those days, and it's a little bit of how this season's gone so far, with majority of the games being rain affected. So, fingers crossed after this weekend that we're going to get a few more full 50 over games of cricket in. Okay, and same bowler coming in again. I think there might be 1 or 2 balls left in the over, and Arnav Jain on strike. Once again, they've spread the field. Looks like they've got a deep square, a long on, a long off, and a cover sweeper. And everyone else sort of sitting back on the ring a little bit as he comes into bowl to Arnav. Short, wide, chipped, and he'll get that away for 1 run.
Yeah, interesting chip that.
And,
get off my
it was
chair.
a very short ball and did not get up above knee height once again, and he sort of slapped it out there to the cover sweeper.
Yeah, what's quite interesting so far, all we've seen is that it's been low, this pitch, very, very low. So you want to be getting forward on that front foot, and yeah, not too many cross-bat shots so far. So Max O'Dowd starting his innings again. This is always a bit tricky when you're a batsman, on off. He's on strike, and he doesn't.
We've seen the intent of O'Dowd, I think, here.
He's in a bit of rich form, O'Dowd. He hit 100 last week for VOC, then made 82 versus the Scottish in a 50 over game, and third player in history to start his ODI career with 3 consecutive 50s. I think he's told us that about 10,000 times this week. There's Arnav on strike, and I think Arnie also told us in the change room, expect to see some intent here. He's going to open up a little bit, I feel, and bowler runs in, short, wide of off, and that's better from Arnie. He's punched that beautifully through cover point, and just the one. So,
Corey, I've got one for the viewers here.
yeah, talk to me. Come on,
Obviously,
Scotty.
I've played a fair bit of cricket with Maxie O'Dowd to date.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I've noticed is the stiller he is at the crease. When he gets into this sort of form, he's going to look to stand very still and almost baseball the ball back towards the side screen.
I'm a little bit excited here. He might go at this. High back lift it short, and he does, but he's hit it straight to mid-wicket.
See, that's what I'm talking about. If he starts getting those out of the screws, watch out, Amsterdam. There could be a few balls flying around.
Yeah, so a few of you that don't know the Dosti Stadium, pretty short boundary straight, square, decent size, maybe 65 metres, but straight boundaries, maybe 48, 49 metres. So Max on strike here. We think he's going to really open up, and that is a ball, and he's mowed that sort of across the line, and that's a single out to square leg.
There's
so
not much footwork going on here. He is literally getting into the baseball box and swinging his hands through the line here. This could be very exciting for the viewers.
yeah, and Maxi has moved on to 32 now, and Arnav just on the 7. But a good little partnership brewing, and a rain-shortened game. I haven't heard official word from the umpire, but I think it's about a 22 over game. So fingers crossed, no more rain, and we'll be able to get through. There's Arnav on strike and outside off, and he's cut that into the gap, but a loud call of no this time as it's picked up pretty well there. So that'll bring an end to the first over. And Scotty, we can say there's blue sky in the background. We're going to get through this game, mate.
Yeah.
We've done the hard yards. We came here late today, but we're going to get a match in.
Yeah, the cricket gods have looked fondly upon us here, and I think they've said, you've hung around for long enough, now we're going to let you play the game.
I'll tell you what gods did look on us. The Tosti machine looked on us today.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
There was a
wasn't
few
it?
Tosties passed around earlier at the VOC clubhouse, and that was a beautiful way to start the day, as Mahesh Hans is going to come from the southern end. Right arm off spin. You played Mahesh before?
I've played a lot against and with Mahesh. He is a crafty little operator.
Yeah.
There's not too many times I've seen blokes get a hold of him, so...
That's short outside off, and Max,
Oh,
oh my
that was-
word. A little bit of hockey from Max. He's bottom edge that. It's gone to roll onto the stumps, and he stopped it with his bat. So for viewers that don't know, you are allowed to stop the ball trickling onto the stumps with your bat, and that's quick thinking from Max.
I think Mahesh is... sorry, as he comes into bold, and Max...
Oh, he's hit that and straight down long
you
on straight.
can't
No,
bowl
it's
there.
a great shot. That is a great shot from Max. Now that's his third Zach maximum. How many different words have you got for 6? I'll start. Zach.
Bomb.
That's where I was going to go. Biggie.
I don't know if that's one.
I'm going to
not
claim it.
counting that.
You got anything else?
No, I'm going to have to pause there and have a think about
Yeah,
it. I've
there's
got plenty. I'm just sort of
That's
frozen,
a difficult one to
frozen
put on the spot,
camera,
isn't it?
yeah.
How many adjectives do we have for 6? But all I know is that is Max O'Dowd's third 6 of the innings, and he is looking in some form here. Anything that's been flighted up so far, he's taken full toll, and yeah, got the maximum amount of runs for the VOC Rotterdam team, who are joint top at the moment with VCC, and yeah.
It is a big game, this one, considering it looks like a few of the teams will get enough overs in to consolidate a game. So it's a big one. If we weren't to play this game, obviously you only get the 1 point, and you know there's opportunity for other teams to leapfrog. So we've got our fingers crossed that we can play out a full game here and take full points to stay at the top of the ladder there.
Yeah, let's not be too biased in the commentary box, Scott. We sit on the fence when
I was
we're
in
here.
player mode. I apologise.
Yeah,
to the
player
viewers.
mode's also accepted as they still search for the ball, and that gives us a great opportunity to introduce a man of many feats and many moments for VOC, but also some brilliant commentary in the last few weeks. And we welcome our good friend and all-round good guy, opening bowler for VOC, now working with the Dutch setup as he just adjusts the camera a little bit. Pierce Fletcher back into the commentary box, and he'll be here commentating for the rest of the innings. Hopefully, Pierce. Pierce, how are you?
Corey, absolutely stupendous, and what a great effort it is as we see some blue sky above us, Corey.
Unbelievable.
As we see Mahesh Hans head into next week as well, and it's been a great little restart for VOC here as Max O'Dowd will take strike once more, Corey.
This could go as well. He's really in some touch. That's short outside off, and he's hit that straight to the other Australian on the field, and a little bit of a misfield, and he's thrown that over the bowler's head. There's going to be a second. Yeah, there's...
dear,
sloppy fielding.
You do not want Max O'Dowd on strike. Mahesh Hans has blown up there. He's
Yeah.
not happy about that.
Oh, I've got another adjective for you. Overthrows are called buzzards. You ever heard that one before?
No, I haven't actually.
Really?
I haven't.
Actually
no.
not?
No.
No, overthrows are called buzzards usually.
There you go.
There you go. Back to the cricket though. So Max holds strike there with the extra run given to him by the fielder, and Mahesh then has to bowl another ball, and Max definitely touches that. That's coming down to us in the commentary box as the fielder gets around. It's a wet ball, and they'll get back for an easy second. So I imagine for the bowlers. We say it's hard for the batsmen going off and going on, going off, going on, but Scotty, for the fielding team and the bowlers here, how difficult is it with a wet ball?
Oh, absolutely. I'll be very interested to see when a ball does go up in the air to see how the fielders go catching. It's just one of those days where your hands are a bit harder, ball's a little bit soggy so it slips through.
It's a finger-breaking day, isn't it?
It is one of those days.
As that is short again, and Max also pushes that to backward point area, but this is well mopped up by the Dosti fieldsman. So Dosti had a few washouts this year as well, but they've done a lot of hard work on the ground today to make it eligible to play, and they'll be looking for their first win. A couple of star players in their lineup, so never say never. I think this will be a lot closer than people might have thought. And
I think Mahesh Hans here has understood that he cannot toss the ball up to Max here, so I wouldn't be surprised if he digs this one into the wicket again.
Yeah, that's probably a good call from Scotty, and he's exactly right.
He does,
and that's
Max O'Dowd tucks that away for 1 run to retain the strike.
So that is also a partnership of 51, so the 50 partnership, and Arnie just on 7 out of that 51. So you can see how dominant Max O'Dowd's been so far.
Yeah, and I think he's decided to take a bit of ownership here and get himself back on strike so he can take full advantage of these next 6 balls.
Well, I have heard that before, that there is a little bit of belief around the cricket fraternity that Max loves hitting a 1 on the last ball to make sure he's facing the next over. Can you confirm, Scotty?
I can absolutely confirm that. I think it all started that one day at the ECL where apparently I did it in 2 overs, and ever since he seems to love tucking a little 1 on that last ball of the over to retain strike.
Oh, the sun's peeking out. It's actually quite warm in the coat. Big fan of that. As Max on strike here. Number 13's bowled quite steadily. Sorry we don't have a name for you as Pierce just adjusts our camera. Max on strike now, and that's outside off, and he's hit that hard through cover. And quick shout to 2. Arnie, if he's quick enough, is going to turn. And that's brilliant running by Arnie. Really, really good aggressive running, and understands getting Max back on strike here is the best option for the VOC Rotterdam team. So we are live on via Frogbox, and if you want to get your questions in on YouTube or the VOC Rotterdam ECL page or Twitter or anything like that, feel free to send them through and we'll answer them best we can, as I have a small feeling Max O'Dowd might open up here. Pushes that backward a point, and that is well mopped up.
Now, I don't want to jinx him here, but I'll tell you what.
Don't say it then.
I won't say it, but every viewer here knows exactly what I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that.
What, 6 to bring up the 50?
I was thinking bigger than 50. I've got a feeling it's one of those days for Maxie here.
Well, it's a big shout as he takes strike deep in the box, and he's...
Oh my word, I thought
from here it looked like he chopped it on. I can't believe that. We take a look at the replay on our phone. From our angle, I thought he chopped it onto his stumps, and we did the Houdini on him. There's an old saying on cricket, you don't put too much positive energy into the batsman while they're batting, because the next ball they usually get dismissed. But he's lucky to survive there. He's on 45 or 42 balls. And that's full outside off, and he's sort of a skewed drive for a single. And this bowler, although short in stature, not short in heart, he's bowled quite well so far. Pierce?
He's been absolutely brilliant. He's been on the money. He's at the top of the stumps. He's made it very difficult to loft him down the ground. So Arnav here has a very clear plan in his mind. Get O'Dowd on strike.
Yeah.
Can he execute?
Yeah.
Absolutely the question.
Yeah, and that'll do. So Arnav moves on to 8 off 22. Probably needs to step that strike rate up a little bit, but it has been a stop-start to the inning, so a little bit difficult for him also, given the opening task today due to Scott Edwards' late arrival and bathroom run. So Max O'Dowd on 46 or 43, looking to continue that rich vein of form he's been in, and 1 boundary away from bringing up yet another 50 around
how many must that be for the last year, do you think?
Maybe 2 years he's been in form, and drives that pretty safely. Oh, it's a quick run as well.
Oh, it's poor fielding though.
Oh, do you think so? I actually think that wasn't too bad. In wet conditions, he's cut off the angle, and yeah, not a bad effort, Scotty. You're a hard judge though, as the Dutch vice captain. You expect high standards.
High standards, absolutely, mate. We settle for nothing less than that.
I actually thought it was a pretty decent effort, Corey.
Yeah, I thought it was as well, but Scotty's also a keeper, so he probably doesn't understand the logistics of inner ring fielding.
We're in the Netherlands now, Corey. We're not in Belgium, so we don't accept that sort of behaviour.
I'll take that as a low blow, and I will remember that for when you're batting, Scotty.
As we see the legend that is Sander Follen.
There he
ahead
is.
of us, giving us a little tinkle with the arms.
How are you, Sander? Good to see you.
He's loving it.
He's loving it.
What a day for it, he said.
The sun's out.
Yeah, the sun has come out. It looks like they'll be going back to some medium fast bowling here. So Dosti usually operate with a lot of spinners, but we're going to see a quick back into the attack.
He's got quite a nice physique, this man. He's quite a well-built fast bowler, I'd say. So I'm interested to see what he's going to throw down here.
He has spent some time in the gym, as Pierce might get you some scores around the ground in this over and give you some live updates of top-class cricket, which is going on. Despite the rain, despite all the odds against us, we're on, and the sun is out. And when the sun's out, it's actually pretty warm. So I'm happy about that. As Max hits that.
Chris Hemsworth into bowl.
Chris Hemsworth
in short, and Max has cut that away for 1 run.
It's an interesting looking cut shot off the front foot, so nice cover drive there by Max. As he moves on to 47, and we're with Pierce, and Pierce scores around the ground. HEC Sparta.
Oh, Sparta, a little bit of trouble. 79 for 6 now, Corey. Seem to have lost all their big guns. Bell wants Singh and Ibrahim Gill in at the crease for them. No one getting above 19, so they're going to need to have a big finish as we see Chris Hemsworth in once more, and it's defended to the extra cover where Vinu Tawari does the work.
And how about at Punjab VCC?
Yeah, VCC batting first there, Corey. Philip Bossavane, the top scorer so far with 26 not out of 31 balls. No one else really to speak from. Logan Van Beek maybe a little brisk 25, but not a lot else there. But you never know what could be competitive at Punjab these days.
As Arnie comes down the wicket and he drives that brilliantly to the fielder. It's no run. So Arnav Jan a little bit undercooked here, 8 off 24. Pierce, ACC, VRA.
Yeah, ACC batting first on this one, Corey. Ali Raza with 28 opening up, and Babu as well with 26, steering them to 118 for 7 off 31 overs. They seem to be struggling slightly there. I don't know if that's the close of their innings. It could well be. And whatever that score is, you'd back VRA to chase that down.
So Arnie comes down again and hits it to the fielder again. So Arnav's strike rate dropping below 33 now.
It is.
And sorry, Scotty, just we're going to get to the last game. HBS playing Excelsior at Kryenhout. Pierce?
Yeah, 109 for 3. The Crows. HBS batting first on this one. Tobias VC a quick fire, 33 off 20 balls, with including 4 sixes, and Teo Walbra with a 44 off 25.
Wow.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Piercy, but this is a very important ball in the game here, I feel. And he's managed to squeeze it away for potentially 2 runs, which is well played by Arnav. I was concerned a little bit there that after the 3 drops he may have looked to the skies to try and clear some pickets, but that's a good option, I feel.
Maybe leave the commentary to the commentary experts. Pierce.
Yeah, look, and the only other game, Corey, is ours, so no other games to worry about. And I'll come back to you later on with more commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Piers Fletcher.
Still feeling the dagger from that last comment. I apologise, Corey.
Don't bring Belgium into this. As Arnav Jain back on strike. He got the 2 and now he's worked that into the offside. And Max O'Dowd wants the strike for next over and screams no. So he's trying to be a bit proactive and get Max on strike, but we need Arnav just to step it up a little bit because we have a long batting order today. Rohan Malik into the side and Ayaz Durrani are the inclusions. Who's out, Pierce?
Look, Corey, Dirk van Buren unfortunately injured his shoulder last week. So
did he injure it at the bar or at his friend's house?
Look, all I know is that last Saturday he did have a sore shoulder, and it seems to have been a very good excuse to miss both games this weekend. And yourself, Corey, sitting out today, just a little bit of a niggle in your heart. Didn't really fancy it, so good to see young Rohan Malik given the opportunity.
Yeah, Rohan's definitely earned his place so far, and a couple of outs coming up for VOC against Excelsior in a few weeks, so important they get their 14-man squad. Bit of practice. There's Max O'Dowd on strike here on 48. And that is outside off, and that's a great shot. That shot of the day for me. That is a 4-through wide cover, and that's his 50. And you can hear the applause from the commentary box. Max O'Dowd, number 4, moves on to 52-9. There's the standard salute. It's almost like a sword, the way he whips that around. He was playing the Oculus last night. He had the lightsaber out, and he's almost using a lightsaber today. 52 knot of 46 rocks, and Max, he'll be thinking of 3 figures, Scotty.
Yeah, he's absolutely turned his head towards the 3 figures here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if he continues to hog the strike here for these next 10 overs and really try and build a big one here.
Yeah, interesting to see what he does here. It's well respected, so that's a good comeback by the bowler, and I've been passed on the Naziri, Naziri, the bowler, and he's done all right so far. None for 16 off 3.2. Short in stature, but big heart.
It's a good start in a little 22, 23 over game. You'd absolutely take that.
100%. That's outside off.
And no, it's a lovely cricket shot.
I'll tell you what, the noise off Maxie's bat today, is he using the SS? No one? All right, he's using the kookaburra, and they are pinging off today. Interesting to see what Arnav does here. 10 off 27.
Yeah, it is. It's
time to go for Arnie. We need him to. I mean, is it a 22 over game, Pierce?
23, Corey.
So we've got 11 overs to go with 10 wickets in hand, and he just a little inside edge, but that will do the job and get Max back on strike. But just a little bit more intent needed from the opening partner.
I think if you look, he is just looking that fraction square. You watch Max; he's looking to hit everything down the ground. Whereas Arnav is just looking to sit back and hit them square the wicket, which I don't think is going to work on this wicket.
No, it's too low, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, you're not going to get any power through off the back foot here.
Corey, it's great to have such excellent insight from an international cricketer. As we see Naziri in once more, and O'Dowd respectfully knocks that into the covers. No run, but have the expert comments man with such experience of international level, Corey. It's a real privilege, isn't it?
It is a privilege to have Scotty Edwards here. Scotty, who did you look up to as a cricketer when you were a young fella? Who made you interested in cricket? I'll call in this ball and you can have a little think of that question. Straight and low again and hit straight to mid-wicket for no runs. Scotty, who was your inspiration growing up? Who did you look up to? I'm sure it was an Australian cricketer.
It was Adam Gilchrist actually. I like the big left-hand batsman. Just used to bomb them, and an unbelievable gloveman from a tall height as well, which
tall keeper
me a little bit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Would ever a player like Ryan Campbell have been sort of a player you looked up to as well, Scotty, or not really in the eyesight or eye line at that point in your age?
Yeah, well, as I was growing up, I think everything I saw was around the Australian setup. That's probably what I grew up watching, and Ryan obviously was thereabouts, but Adam, had the gloves for most of his time.
Adam was a bit more of a player though, wasn't he? Really?
I don't know about that. Since being involved with Campbell, I have watched a lot of his footage, and I am a big fan of how he goes about it.
I know you're sitting on the fence here, Stixie, but I think Cambo was a bit busy on bloody Better Homes Australia and radio shows and getting piercings. I'm not too sure, but he was a bit everywhere on the media. If he spent a little bit more time on the cricket field, maybe he could have taken Gilly's spot. As we get back to the live action here, and it looks like that leg spin, that short outside off, and Arnav's hit that hard. Will that skid off the grudge?
Oh, it's a
that
great
is brilliant fielding. If I was very unlucky, but I'll still say it's a brilliant effort, Scotty.
It is, absolutely. And we saw again there that Arnav looked to get back onto the back foot. He has hit that very well, but if I'm Maxi here, I'm probably telling him he's got to look to come forward to some of these deliveries.
Great insight from Scott Edwards, VOC wicketkeeper, and batting somewhere in the middle order today is the bowler, who I'm sure we'll get the name of very shortly from our man, Corey Rutgers. Is
worked down the ground for a single.
Thanks for putting that in my face, Corey. Couldn't actually see the delivery there, but all the same, it's knocked for one, and the big man on strike, Max O'Dowd.
Yeah, look, Max, he's looking in great form, and that ball, you can see the bowler just struggling with it. Sorry, I'm just have a look at the bowler's name here. I'm not too sure who that is. Just what needs to get a little bit fuller here, and that is a little bit fuller, and that is huge. That is absolutely huge. That's taken down a plane, Scotty. We're near skip hole. That's almost hit it.
You would have thought they'd learnt by now, but they just continue to toss up half volleys to him, and he continues to put him over into the Lawn Bowls Club.
And the man with number 4 on his back, he is not messing around today. That has gone many a mile, and we're going to see another delay in play with, I think it's Arnav Jain requiring a drink, and I'm not really sure why. Oh no, the jumper's coming off. He's been working so hard, so we're going to see a little delay in play as that ball's probably gone a good 45, 50 metres, but it's over the barrier here, so it does take a little bit of time.
At what point, Piercy, do you think they consider leaving a fielder out there on that Lawn Bowls field?
Look, if you had 12 like VOC do today, I'd definitely be leaving someone down there just to save time for later in the day, especially if you're going to pitch up.
All right, and it looks like the fielders grabbed the ball. Yeah, it should be out here in another few minutes.
So it might be a small boundary down there, but I tell you what, that's 6 anywhere around the world, isn't it? That's an absolutely huge shot.
Oh, look, I'm not sure about that, Corey. I mean, these straight boundaries are, I'd say, no more than 45, maybe 48 metres. So potentially at a ground like VOC could have been caught on the boundary, but you know, we'll never know because we are playing at a small venue, Duriburg, but we got to say,
nonetheless, a lovely venue.
It's a very lovely venue, right in the heart of Amstelveen. An absolute pleasure to be here.
Yeah, a couple of interesting bars around these parts in Amsterdam. Lovely place of the world. Tourists, cricket, sport, Ajax. Great part of the world, Amsterdam.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful opposition to play against. Really good blokes on and off the park.
Tell you what, these boys enjoy their time off the park as well, as that's flighted again. And Max, this time...
I think he just wanted to save the time there. I don't think he wanted to send that one over because we are running out of time to play this game, and if he keeps going about it the way he does, we won't be done till 9:30.
That's the spare wicketkeeper, Rahil Ahmed. That's Rahil with the little leg spinners, yeah. Oh, a little under edge on that, and that's going to be scampered through for a single. I've not seen Rahil bowl before. I know he's a very talented wicketkeeper. I've never seen him bowl before, so good effort.
Absolutely, and in the hardest craft leg spin, it's you could have chosen anything, mate, but you've gone straight to the hardest craft there is.
Yeah, respected. There's Arnav on strike now. That is a big fully, and Arnav just pats it to cover. Come on, Arnie, let's step it up, son. And that's the end of the over, and that'll keep Max on strike, which I think is a good thing, as Max is on 61 not out, Pierce Fletcher.
Yeah, look, he's been magnificent today. The VOC total was what as well there, Corey?
The score is none for 74 or 14. So you said it's a 23 over game, right?
Correct.
You've got 9 overs to go. What sort of run rate would you be thinking they'd want to go for those 9 overs? At 10s?
Oh, at least, Corey. I think that'd be the minimum that VOC would be looking at. And I think, you know, in this game of cricket nowadays, the retired out option, I feel, is underutilised, Corey. And
interesting you bring this up, because
you and I have talked about this many a time in terms of T10, but in this sort of shortened fixture, could you consider that option?
Not right now, but if it got to a point where you feel that
Corey?
If you got to a point where you feel you've got bigger artillery waiting, as Maxi takes this rock and full ball outside, and he's driven that acutely down to mid-off, and mid-off's fallen over, and he's sort of recovered. That's good fielding. He's fallen on the slippery outfield and picked it up with one hand still. Yeah, look, you could talk about it. Maybe not just yet, but yeah, if you've got a lot of artillery in the lineup, sort of hit out or get out, because you want people like Peter Saylor, Tim de Kock hits a big ball, Scotty Edwards, you want them to face a few balls here as well.
Look, Yelta Sunham also been thinking, and Ayaz Durrani has been known to hit a ball
Durrani,
many a mile.
He hits a huge ball, Pierce. There's Arnav. And there we go. He's lofted over the off. So that might skid on from the outfield. It does. Well, they know Max is not going to have 2 there. Max wants the strike, you can tell. So just a single. That brings Max O'Dowd back on strike. And I think Max O'Dowd, yeah, he's going to go here. He's been hitting a few sixes off the spinners. I have a feeling he might be lining one up off the medium pacer here.
I can't remember who I was talking to about last week, but was there a player recently in the top class that went back-to-back hundreds?
Look, there was a player that almost went back-to-back hundreds.
Didn't quite get there.
No, but so we're going to see.
Because we spoke, and I don't think there's been one in recent years.
No, I'm not sure.
Back-to-back hundreds. It's a good question, actually. So, Maxie, what did he make last week against Sparta Pierce?
112 not out, Corey.
So he does love a not out. So is he thinking the 100 here or the not out?
Oh, I think he's thinking both, Corey, to be fair.
Yeah, don't blame him. As Arnie back on strike. So Max O'Dowd eking his way to yet another century. Arnav, he says he loves a slog sweep, Arnie. Not going to see it there. Another inside. Tell you what, he's hitting him off the edges better than the middle at the moment. But he's still there. He's doing a job for the VOC Rotterdammers. There's a big 4 points on the line, and happy to report blue skies. Blue skies out of nowhere. We're definitely going to get this match in.
Look, it's an absolute pleasure, and it's a credit to the umpires for keeping us and getting us here and getting the game on.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes.
Comes into bowl, and Arnav
slaps
it back
and that's
down.
hit the bowler's foot, and I reckon Max was out of his crease if they had it deflected onto the stumps. A little bit of luck maybe.
And a really nice arm into somewhere. Look, Stixie, it's been a long day, but I mean, you must be very pleased to be able to get out on such a wonderful field and have the 4 points to play for.
Absolutely, mate. There's nothing worse than a game of called-off cricket. So I'm just happy to be here, and yeah, just very hopeful that the weather stays as it is.
Are you back in this reality as Max is on strike and That is whipped into the leg side. Yeah, there was a little bit of fun in the change room, Scotty, and it's good to have you here. The Oculus, a VR headset, was on your head in the break. Can you explain to us what was happening there?
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't know. I was in another dimension for about 14 minutes during one of those rain delays.
Some would argue you've been in another dimension for 24 years.
It's a pretty garbage chat from you, Corey. I'd like to think I'm with it. So thanks for that.
Scotty, you are absolutely one of the finest humans I know. So
the creature.
The creature. You just keep up the hard work, mate. I'm really liking the cut of your jib right now.
The cut of your jib. Oh, boys. It's been a long day. But we're in the midst of some good cricket. And Max O'Dowd moved on to 64.
And I've had a comment come in, Corey, from a certain Ryan Out Van Earshot.
Oh, Ryan Out Van Earshot.
And Ryan Out said the score missed Arnav's 4 from the first ball of Rahil's over.
Oh,
now,
thank you.
I wasn't keeping tabs on Rahil's over at that point.
Did you know, sorry to interrupt, did you know Ryan Hout's nickname's Rolls Royce?
Yeah,
the Rolls Royce of VOC Rotterdam.
Yeah, and could you give us a little bit more context behind that? As I think we're going to see a change of the bowling. I think that's one of the Hosenbucks. I think it's not a Seif. I think it's a Reef Hosenbucks. I think it's the other brother.
To Ryan Out Van Earshot a couple of years ago was called up into the ones in a injury-plagued season, but we did win the top class that year. And the way he just moved around the field, the slickness, the new tyres, the wheels on him, he ran miles to get to the cricket, so he got the nickname Rolls Royce, and he did a fine job for us that year.
I thought it was because we only brought him out on special occasions, as we're going to see a change in the bowling.
That is short.
It's off the wrong foot.
Oh, and that might go away for 4. Max has actually squared that backward of square leg, and it doesn't. It's well fielded,
his toe.
As Arnie will turn for 3, and that'll upset Max, so he doesn't get to keep the strike here. So a little bit bowling off the off changer, we say.
And I'm a huge fan of that.
And it is the Hossenbacks. You were right, Pierce. As that's another 3 to Max, and he moves along. And Arnav, we think if he has missed that 4, would mean he's on 18 not on 14 not out. But we'll get that corrected shortly, hopefully.
Yeah, Corey, I've got another question for you here. It's a little bit outside the box.
I'll call this ball in, and then you can ask it, Stixie. Is Arnav on strike and full outside off, and he just hits that into the offside, and it's just a 1 again. Stixie, what's your question, buddy?
All right, now I'm convinced that this guy is bowling off the wrong foot.
Yes.
Okay, so...
Well, is it the wrong foot? But no, sorry, you
it's
asked
a different
the question.
Foot,
sorry,
correct.
mate. Yeah,
it's not the wrong foot. He's bowling off a different foot. Does that mean he's allowed to land his back foot on the front line and won't be called a no ball?
As the Max blocks that into the offside, and a loud shout of no. No.
Why is that? He's already released the ball before his front foot lands.
It's a very good question, and when I look into my rule book, page 14.2.031, the rule says that even if he bowls off the wrong foot, it doesn't matter, the law still applies in the original way because he's right arm over the wicket.
Okay.
That's a very interesting take on that one, Corey, but we'll leave that.
Oh, it's a no ball!
Wow,
oh, it's a no ball 5. It's going to be a free hit.
Wow.
I've seen some things in the commentary box has lost it. Maxie's got a free hit here.
And I think that's a no ball, but I don't know if the umpires signal it.
Yeah, he's called a no ball, so the bowler's lost his footing. He's bowled at 52 metres over the keeper. It's almost bowled 6 byes.
I tell you what, if Dan Weston is watching footage right now, get that on the socials, because that is extraordinary what we've just witnessed there.
I don't think I've ever seen a bowler almost bowl 6 byes.
What's it?
Oh my goodness gracious
would that be
me.
7 runs?
So that's 5. They've just gone to 5. No ball 4.
It's a no ball 4.
So
yeah.
5 no balls, right?
Yeah, it is correct.
It's not byes, it's 5 no balls. But
it doesn't go against the wicket keeper, and even if it did, I feel absolutely sorry for the keeper.
We shouldn't giggle here, but that was a little bit comical.
You can't but laugh.
Is it a free hit?
Yeah, Maxie's got a free hit. It's a no ball.
Is
he signalled
He hasn't signalled it, so I'm a bit confused. It should be a free hit though, because it's a no ball, so we don't really know what's happening. And it's short, and Max has met that, and that's gone for 1 bounce 4. So we've had the no ball over the keeper's head, 1 bounce 4, and then we've had the short ball pulled, 1 bounce 4. Pierce, have you ever seen that before on a cricket field?
Unbelievable sequence of events there, Corey. You felt like the off the wrong foot, as you call it, was working well. But out of absolutely nowhere, that ball's just flung about, I don't know, a good 10, 12 feet over the batter's head and trickled away. And then he's followed up with what can only be classed as a rank straight ball in the slot. And
is that one warning for the bowler as well?
I don't think it was a dangerous delivery, Corey.
Dangerous to us in the commentary boxes. That's a 1 worked down the middle, but that was almost dangerous for us. So is that a warning for almost hitting the commentators on the floor?
Look, I don't know if that rule has come into the ICC cricket manual yet, but I will have a word with my good friends at the ICC See what
Can
I
you name
do.
some of them?
No. As we see a knee-high full toss. And tell you what,
That was respectful from Max, wasn't
yeah,
it?
it was. I think he is really eyeing up this triple figures. Here's Arnav Jain will look to take full toll here. And
Oh, he's got none of that.
and I tell you what, watching Arnav bat here, and Scotty, as a professional cricketer yourself, looking at this young prospective professional cricketer, just trying to whack the ball too hard and not trusting his timing, is he?
It does look like he's just trying to hit it harder and harder every time he mishits one, which is it's hard to tell him otherwise, because that's sort of what you feel like when you're out there. But you know, if you had a calm head like Max out there, you've just got to say, time the ball, mate.
And we thank all our people who are chiming in on either WhatsApp or via the YouTube live stream.
Pierce Fletcher, we've just hit 10,000 viewers.
Wow.
Unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable. 10,000 viewers live right now around the world with special guest Scott Edwards, and we've seen it all here today. But
I think we're going to see a double up of Hosenbucks here, Corey. I think we're going to see
a bit of brotherly love.
Yeah, a bit of brotherly love. One from either end. And Arnav Jain, look, Corey, I mentioned the retired out option earlier. Is it getting to that point?
I'm
only 7 overs remaining. Is we're going to see the cart come flying past once more.
If that cart splashes on us here, I'd be
sure
pretty upset.
He's going to go straight across before this ball as well, doesn't he? Yeah, he is.
Oh, it's extraordinary.
Wow,
Arnie's
unbelievable timing. And
as Arnie smashes that down the ground for a single and does the right thing to get Max back on strike. Yeah, look, Pierce, we're talking about the retired out. Not just yet. I'm going to hold me hat on. Not just yet. I don't think it's actually really done in cricket. I know the late Dean Jones spoke a lot to me about this and believed it should have been brought in, but
R.I.P.
Yeah, rest in peace, Dino. But yeah, it's not really used in world cricket. I think in the T10 format you'll see it happen in the next couple of years, though. As Maxi, I dare say, is looking to go big here. Short, and he's he scooted? No, caught it again,
and it's gone all the way. Peter Saylor in the distance with his arms aloft.
It's almost a little bit unfair here. Max O'Dowd is that high quality. How he doesn't have does he have a first-class contract around the world? Because this man churns out runs.
Yeah, it's hard to know what he's done wrong, because the man just makes runs for fun.
He's got more runs than ants we have at the house right now, and we have a phenomenal amount of ants at the house. The ants are taking over the toaster, boys.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal, and I just want to say to Renee and Ryan out Vanessa, it's not that bad. I know you are listening in, gents. We're doing our best, and we know Annie will be in the next week, and it will make a massive difference to proceedings.
We might be getting Annie in every week, I think.
Tell you, well, and we're going to see
that, or we're going to have to put a ban on the Tosti machine.
Don't never say those words. Whoa.
Asif Hosenbucks to reply, and O'Dowd plays that
with disgust almost.
Nonchalance is the word I would use.
It's almost video game batting from Max O'Dowd, just choosing which ball he wants to hit for 6 here.
I feel like some clouds are coming in the background, but they might skirt around us as we get the sun on our backs, which is absolutely wonderful.
And that is up, and that's going to be caught. Oh, Scotty's gone. Scotty's gone in the commentary box. He's made ground. No, it's gone for 6, so another 6 to Max, and that wouldn't have been 6 on most grounds. It's quite a small boundary here, so he's got away with that, and Scott Edwards went flying across your screens there trying to take that catch, but another 6 for Max as he ekes closer to yet another 100. And if he doesn't have a first-class contract around the world, I hope people are tuning into the Dosti Cricket Stadium, because he's just booming runs lately.
Yeah, look, he's on fire. We're going to see Hosenbucks, and I'm not sure really where he's going to go. Is he going to drag down once more? No, he's pitched up, and it is defended behind point, and he'll get through for the single. And I feel like O'Dowd probably just wanted to defend that straight back to the bowler and go again, Scotty.
Yeah, just another topic I'd like to brush over here. Okay. Obviously, one of the most important series for the Netherlands national team is the Irish one that's coming up. And you can't help but feel Max is going to play a huge part in that with the form he's in right now. As across and that could be out.
That is out. And that actually, in a funny way, Arnie has a little smirk on his face. He thinks he might be unlucky there, but that looked adjacent from here. A little word to the umpire. He shouldn't be having a jump to the umpire, but that might actually be a blessing in disguise for the VOC, as that's going to bring Tiny Tim de Kock to the crease and end a partnership of 103 fellas.
Yeah, look, a really, really positive partnership there by Max O'Dowd. Maxie batting really well and leading from the front. Unfortunately, Arnav couldn't quite get going today, just probably struggled a little bit for timing and then looked to overhit the ball, and that's never really ideal on a wicket. That probably just requires you to be a little more patient than you think and just trust your timing, Scotty.
Yeah, it just seems to be like one of those wickets, doesn't it? I think it just got to a point where he was just trying to hit the cover off everything, and it's just not going to work on a wicket like that, I don't think.
It also shows a little bit of the form Max is in, because we haven't seen anyone else bat on this pitch yet. It could actually be quite difficult, but shows a little bit of the class.
It
Max,
does,
yeah.
and that probably makes it a little bit harder for Arnav as well, because obviously looking down the other end, you've got Max hitting bombs either side of the wicket, and you're just struggling. So it doesn't make it easy for him, and we probably have to understand that.
Here's someone I do want to talk about. Tiny Tim de Kock does a lot for the club, good clubman, hits a hard ball, fellas. Geez, this year he has made some starts, and he's cleared the pickets quite a lot.
He's a man that just bats with no fear.
Yeah, I like
must say, first ball here, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to clear pickets.
Yeah, I'm all for that, and especially in this sort of format where we only have, I think it's about 6 overs to go, Corey. We'd be looking for at least 14 runs and over, you'd think, from here.
14 and over, you think?
Well, I mean, they'd look to take it on. Most of their frontline bowlers have been used, and I think with the short straight boundaries, I think that's an opportunity where you could be looking at that as.
Yeah.
I think I've been potentially.
I can see it as well, and I'm looking at it as well. And I think Yelter Schoonheim's got his pads on, so maybe a change in the order. Peter Saylor putting his helmet on as well. So
we're going to see a change in the bowling though, Corey. Harif Hosenbach's over has not impressed Vinu Tawari, so we're going to see a change. I think it's going to be Mahesh Hans.
Yeah, Mahesh back again from. Oh my word!
Wow! That is massive.
I tell you what.
Oh my word.
Ribs are on me if he goes again. That is big.
That is out of Amsterdam.
Oh my
Fetch that back from Rotterdam.
Gracious me.
Oh my lord.
We're going to have another break and play. That has gone absolute miles.
That's 6 at the MCG, that's 6 at the Gabba, Calcutta, wherever you want. That is huge from Max O'Down. That's about his 7th. Zach. There's one for you. Zach means 6.
Oh, call it whatever you want. That thing is huge.
I don't even know if it's landed yet.
There was a little bit.
It is absolutely ginormous, and you can see the batter out there himself. He is absolutely chuffed with the shot.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, we thought that the pre-match ribs were a
bad omen,
but it's a blessing in disguise, my friend, because
even the umpire's just been playing that shot there. This is incredible.
Yeah, unbelievable. And Steve McVie, did I hear this right? This is down to 23 overs. Yes, Steve, we had a lot of rain here today in the Netherlands. It's been an unseasonably wet May, but fortunately, cricket has prevailed and perseverance has prevailed, and the boys have prevailed. So we're going to get a 23 over match in, which means all 4 points are on the line today. Dosti going for their first win, and VOC hoping to hold on to that joint top of the ladder.
Yeah, and not just Dosti going for their first win, Greg. Their first win since 2019. They've had a really bit of a struggle last year in that shortened season, but they'll be looking to bounce back today as Mahesh Hans is in again, and it is a wide outside the off
stump. I don't mind the option though. Keep it away from him, because this man is hitting them a long way at the moment.
I've got one for you, fellas. We talked at the start of the day about 6 sixes in an over. Is he possibly thinking I could do it?
I wouldn't be going round the wicket, Scotty. I'm really not sure that's the option.
Well bowled, Mahesh Hans. He's bowled wide of off, which is probably a choice, but you still got to hit the length, and he's bowled a perfect Yorker there. So Maxi's on 88, by the way, off 68, fellas. 2 shots. 2 shots away from yet another 100 around the globe.
I tell you what, Cambo was a little bit into his backlift here, but after this last couple of weeks of batting,
that's perfect.
That has gone again.
Oh my word.
I tell you what, you're watching an exhibition of clean hitting and power hitting. This is unbelievable from Max. Look, I'm taking a punt. That might be his 10th 6.
Yeah, has he scored anything but 6s today?
That might have been his 10th 6. I'm not joking.
This is unbelievable striking from O'Dowd.
All I want to say is Tim de Kock, on the other hand, is just nodding his head in approval, because I can tell you what, if he gets on strike, he is going to try and follow it up as Mahesh Hans tries to get out of this over. 94 not out. It's short. Oh, he's pulled that hard for a single. I thought that could have been the next stroke to hit a 6 and bring up the 100, but he's just hit a 1. And
oh no, he's broken the bat.
He's broken the bat. It's over. Oh, he's called for a bat. Oh, he's asked to borrow another player's. That's surely when you're a 95 not out off 70.
You just go with it, don't you?
I don't care
if it's a half bat now. Just keep using it.
Oh, I'm not happy about this, and Looks like Rohan Malik, who's in the starting 11 today, is
Still on 12th man duties though, isn't he?
I'm really surprised he's called for a new bat here.
I think we've seen a crack at the bottom of it, Corey. I think
it better be a big crack.
I think the toe. I think you can see the toe there slightly. Oh yeah, and I'm going to say this, Scotty. He now actually has no bat.
What happened to the other two?
Well, you boys were away in Ireland for the weekend. I've hit the splice twice off the sidearm and pushed the splice out. So we're going to see him use one of Peter Saylor's step.
As Tim de Kock, and that's a bit of intent from Tim that we knew he would do, and he heaves that to deep mid wicket. Pierce, continue.
Yeah, so I've busted 2 in 2 days there, and he's nursed that last Kookaburra through the couple of days.
I don't want to be
the ODI series.
I don't want to be the bearer of negative news. I don't like Maxi with the grey nickels. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. He's on 95, not with the Kookaburra, but he hasn't faced a rock with the grey nick, and it's short, and he late cuts it for a cheeky single.
Keep the strike. Shock me, O'Dowd.
Yeah, no, he's good at that, and he's on 96, and he'll keep the strike 1 stroke away with the grey nick. And VOC moving on to 1 for 118. And what did you put on last week with Max, Scotty?
223.
Let me just compute this with the old maths in my head. 341 for 1 VOC in the last 2 weeks. Unbelievable scenes off not many overs. So
just as well, I think Max O'Dowd has now gone to the top of the charts for the KNCB runs.
Well, no surprise there, and I'm sure we'll hear all about it during the week.
No doubt.
Loves a chat about his 50s and his 100s.
He'll be watching this tonight, I can tell you that for certain.
Well, he'll probably be ordering late night ribs and not telling the boys either. Pretty upset about that, as we have a new bowler.
Vinu Tawari, captain of Dosti, coming into the attack, I believe that is, Corey.
Yeah, he bowls good leggies, Vinu, and he doesn't really drag it too short. He's got a pretty good action and good rhythm, and bowled well last year the couple of times we saw him. Max on 97 I've got here. Sorry, I thought he's on 96, but I've got him on 97 here. 3 runs away from another top class 100. Back-to-back hundreds this would be.
I think it's the first for a long time that I can remember anyway.
I can't think of a... Can you remember... did TK Coley make 2 back-to-backers?
He was phenomenal.
He was a good overseas. Here we go. Max on 97. Everyone tuning in around the world. And it's pulled and he's done it. It's gone off.
It's gone all the way, and that's 100 for Maxwell O'Dowd. Second in consecutive innings as he pulls the helmet off it. He is very, very pleased with himself. The long-haired bandit gets to 3 figures. Probably is his 11th 6, Corey.
He better point that bat at us in the commentary box, because we've been booming it up, and that grey nickel sounds better than the Kookaburra. So on 103 knot with a couple overs left.
How many overs are left?
This is going into the 19th, so still 4 remaining after this.
Is there time for 150?
I tell you what, this is the over.
This is 9th 6, my apologies, and 4 4s. He's been exceptional today.
He's going again here, boys. He's going again.
Oh,
that's big! Scotty, go! Wow. Scotty, go! Oh,
that is into the football paddock at the back, and Scotty's going to have to go for us.
I've got my pads on, so I can't run after
fellas, I'm going to bring it up. I'm getting into it. We talked about this at the start of the day with the small boundaries. Is 6 sixes in an over possible? There's 2. He's already got the 100. He's got nothing to lose here. We're going to see him go up 4 more.
While we've got you on that, Corey, I've got a trivia question for you.
I'm good at trivia, please.
How many cricketers in international cricket have done that? 6 sixes in an over.
All formats?
All formats, yes.
Okay, I know one. Herschel Gibbs did it.
Of who?
Dan Vangbunga against...
Of Excelsior, actually.
Yeah, 6 sixes. Yuvraj Singh did it against Stuart Broad at the T20 World Cup. It was also done quite recently, actually. There was another player that
just... a county game.
Kyron Pollard did it as well.
That's the one recently. And
against Akila Dhananjaya.
And wasn't the first person to ever do it Garfield Sobers?
Yes, but I don't believe that was an international cricket. I think that was a 4-day game for Glamorgan.
Well, we'll probably answer with it.
Game here.
Here we go.
This is it.
Third ball.
Quiet. Oh, he didn't get it. He went for it, and it's going to skid on. And that is an unfortunate. He's misfielded. I thought it was an unbelievable defielding, but it's skidded off and it's gone for 4. So 16 off 3. But yeah, sorry, I know you asked only for international cricketers, but you're talking to 2 encyclopedias of cricket here, Scotty. We can name you about 10 more. As Maxi, he's already made 16 off this over. The informed batsman in the country on 108 knot. This is great preparation for him to face Ireland in the ODI Super League coming up. Huge fixtures for the Netherlands. Huge fixtures for the Super League, actually.
I tell you what, we might even look to change those fixtures to Dosti the way he's batting here. Imagine the scenes.
Well, 25,000 stadium. Yeah, so wouldn't surprise me. But Max, as we know, is just going to go at nearly every single ball he faces here. And
They're changing the field, but I'm not sure it's really going to change the outcome.
I don't know. Can you put fielders over the boundary line?
I'm sure you can. I don't know if
don't know if it'll be helpful. And he comes again, and Max hasn't got that, but that's actually landed in the gap. Could skid on, and Tim should be coming for 2, and it's misfielded, so they will turn back for an easy second, and that makes it 18 off 4 this over. You know what? I've got a good question. What's the most runs off an over in top class cricket? I wonder if anyone's done the 6-6s here. Bertus de Jong, if you're listening, Cambo, any of the old echelons of Dutch cricket, please let us know what is the most runs off an over in Dutch top class cricket. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, well, he's got 18 so far in these 4 deliveries.
He'll
be looking to make it 30, I think.
Make it 24 now. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Tell you what, 18 off 4 and he's gone shopping.
It's 1 ball to go. What's O'Dowd doing here?
Single.
Yeah, shock. Watch him punch this out to cover for
That would be hilarious if he does actually.
On to 114, bettering his 112 from Saturday, Corey.
He's none for 226, that means, as that's flighted, and he swept that hard. He gets the slog sweepers out, and that's another 4. So
he'll be very unhappy about that, though. Not retaining the strike.
Yeah, no, good batting from Max. Doing the team game there, a sweep shot. Geez, he's in some touch, this man, and VOC now motoring along, moving on to 1 for 140. With just a couple of overs left, Pierce. 3 overs left in the innings, or 4 overs?
Look, I think that's 3 overs now, Corey. No, apologies. It's 4 overs, Corey. And like what I mentioned with the 14 runs and over that I mentioned, I was serious, Corey. This is a real opportunity. A lot of the Dosti main bowlers already used up front, so it's always an issue. And I think we're going to see Masood come back into that. He's bowled his 3 overs for 8, and
wow.
Yeah, very impressive start up front from the opening bowler.
Yeah.
This is the Chris Hemsworth lookalike, Scotty.
Yeah,
you
phenomenal.
were impressed with his bowling earlier on.
Yeah, and he's got the ponytail at the back. He has been good today. He's just banging away at a back of a length, which is quite hard to get under on this sort of wicket.
Now, Tim de Kock on strike.
He's gonna.
Do you expect Tim to either try and hit the ball really, really hard, or do you expect him to hit the ball even harder than what I was expecting, which is already hard?
I'm going to take option C, hit the ball really hard.
Yeah, I think he's going to go and try and hit the ball really hard.
He knows
What do you reckon, Scotty?
Yeah, he's a one-way operator, old Timmy. He's not going to be doing
he's down
anything
low.
but banging it.
Well, that could be a no-y. And he's edge. Scotty, can you get that? Because that's coming to you. Scotty.
Great effort, mate.
Great effort. Good effort down here in the commentary box. There was a wide full toss and it's been skewed away for 4. So
that ball is wet, soggy. And that can't be fun to bowl.
Yeah, that's the thing with wet conditions. It must be difficult to bowl on such short boundaries. You got to feel for Dosti. The spinners, difficult for them today. A wet ball and an in-form Max. But tiny Tim de Kock starts his boundary account with a skewed edge for 4. It was a high full toss. He'd be disappointed he didn't get more on it. But you'd expect VOC to basically go at every ball here now, Piercy.
Well, yeah, like I mentioned with that retired out, don't need to worry about that anymore. I think we're going to see the heavy hitters come in. And Tim de Kock, as I mentioned, only knows one way, and he's going to line up Masood again, who's full, and Tim swings very hard, but it's been very skillful bowling there.
Hard length bowling, absolutely. It's just not getting up, and Timmy, new to the crease, probably doesn't quite get the pace of the wicket just yet.
Yeah, you could hear the whoosh of the bat from here. That was a very, very violent swing. VOC, 1 for 144, probably looking at a target of 180 to 190 from here if they can keep motoring along. And Tim moves across the crease, doesn't get much of that. I think Max would be happy to sit on a single here, which he does. So that brings the in-form Max O'Dowd on strike. 118 not off 78. As I see, I've been tagged on Instagram from Christine O'Dowd. So great to have mother watching her son make yet another 100. Hello, Christine. Where's she watching from, Pierce?
Nottingham. Corey.
Hello to the family, the O'Dowd family. We hope you're enjoying all the live coverage here.
Nina and Alex probably also sitting in the lounge room watching on. It's probably a lot nicer weather there than here. Well, maybe it is. I don't really know what the weather in Nottingham is.
It's beautiful.
Like at the moment is we're going to see the Grey Nichols bat in hand for O'Dowd, who's already demolished all 3 of his cookers this week. And Masood's in. And
well bowled.
Very well bowled.
Well bowled. Oh, will they? No, they're not going to sneak for a cheeky 2. So just a single into the leg side. And yeah, great to have so many viewers, family members, club members, also neutral fans of the game. Scotty, you chose not to, well, didn't choose. You couldn't open today because of a bathroom break. Are you a little bit upset that you're not out there now after watching this display?
Yeah, I'll be honest. It was a good choice at the start of the day, and now the sun's out and the runs are flowing. I am a little bit A little bit jealous sitting here in the comm box, I'll be honest.
Yeah, but it's been great to have you here with your special thoughts and insights into the game, Scotty. You've been pretty good with the comms, and your media game's getting a little bit better. Also on Tinder, we hear.
Sorry, I can't answer that on live broadcast, but thanks again, Corey.
Hey, look, I'm just hearing from our insider, right out Van Earshot, that apparently there's an extra 9 runs to be added to the VOC total because they have missed a couple on there.
Oh, that's a great catch.
Oh, wow.
Well, we talked about, sorry to interrupt you there, we talked about power. He's hit that through mid-off's hands. He's hit that so hard, Tim de Kock, and another 4 to the account. So, Pierce, what I was saying, just a little bit of an error on Frogbox. The score's a little bit more than it reads?
Yeah, look, right out suggesting that there's probably an extra 9 runs to be added to the total that's already on for VOC.
Right, so we could probably declare.
Look, I'm not going to say that because this is a limited over 6 and you cannot declare.
I've got one for you.
Yeah, go for it.
I've got a grey area in the game. I was thinking about this in the car. So, if a rained game is 1 point, so 1 point for just abandonments, what happens if we had have come here today, declared on 0 for 0, and then the other team declares on 0 for 0, and we both walk away with 2 points?
Look, that is a question which I don't
grey area?
Yeah, look, it could well be, and I'm sure that there's probably some KNCB people looking at that and going, no, that's not kosher. So
that happens in Test cricket when you forfeit an innings to let another team, or you set up a chase. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, and I'm just going to pop my head back into the game here, Corey, and
done in there.
We're just going to see Hosenbach's back into the attack.
Jeez, I tell you what, if you're a spinner in the country, probably not one of the grounds you want to be a spinner at. These short boundaries are very hard to defend.
Yeah, it's not easy going, but you've got to give Dosti their credit. They have been trying their best.
Brave.
I think it's quite well bowled. He's gone very full and he's forced O'Dowd to take him off the stumps. So
I'll tell you, Kat,
I'd say that's a win for the bowling side, Scotty.
There is centimetres between that getting punched out to cover and that going 180 metres over our heads in the comm box here.
Couldn't agree more, but you've got to back yourself as de Kock on strike. He's low, and he has swatted that
Just
further
take
than
the one, I would have thought. Not sure
good
about
team,
that.
good team game. It's thrown to Tim's head, and they will get to. No, at this stage, you do want to take every run.
How many overs have we got to go?
Well, if the score is correct that we're looking at, we're playing 23. We have 16 balls left in the innings. 2.4, Scotty.
I think you want O'Dowd facing as many of those as possible.
Yeah, possibly. But in saying that, Tim's been in pretty good form as well. I think he's been one of our better net batters as well this year, and he's got the power also to clear the pickets.
That is true.
So I'm going to say here, this is either a swipe across the line or a swipe across the line. Here we go.
Either way, he's going to try and hit it hard, and it's thrown
It's gone
up.
the swipe across the line.
Interesting. I didn't see that one coming.
No, look, it's a very well bowled delivery. And you feel like TDK's got to look down the ground.
Yeah, just hit it straight, buddy. It's so short here. He just needs to punch it straight, and he'll probably get a full value for it.
Hosenbach's in once more, and he goes across the stumps. And
unbelievable Yorker bowling
Tell
from
you
a
what,
spinner here.
Unbelievable over. How much has this over gone for? There was
not many.
There was
Corey.
a 2 and 2 singles, 4 runs off this over. Could be a match-changing over later in the chase if Dosti get over the line.
Yeah, so they'll be looking back at this over and going, that's potentially what we should have been looking to do throughout the innings, is go full and straight. And
very interested to see if he goes the Yorker again here.
Well, you've got to try the Yorker, surely. Not many other options. Oh, that's high. Scotty catch it. Scotty catch it. Scotty, hold on. Scotty's in the commentary box. He's moved back. He's got the catch. And it's cleared Scotty into the football field. So, yes, another 6 for Max O'Dowd. And how many sixes is that, Pierce?
A lot, Corey. I'll just check my KNCB Cricket Live app, and
Yep.
for all of those who haven't downloaded it, Scotty, it's an absolutely exceptional app. Gives you all the scores from all the games.
Yep.
You're a big fan of it as well, I know.
Yeah, huge fan of it, mate. So if you're out there, download it and give it the 5-star rating it deserves.
That's a great plug from you, Scotty. Well done.
That's his
gee.
This is 11th success. I think Venu was trying to take us out there. one way of trying to get rid of the bowling attack.
That's 6 there, Pierce. I'd just like to say, I think that went higher than it went long. I think that's only gone about 49 metres, and it's probably gone about 60 in the air.
So, tell me, we've got 1 ball left from this over.
No,
Scotty, he's going again, surely.
If I know O'Dowd, he's punching this for 1.
Nah, he's going big, boys.
He's going again, I think.
Oh, that's a great shot over extra cover, and that's another 4 to Max O'Dowd. This is a batting clinic. Tell you what, he's looking at 150 here, boys, in a 23 over game. Unbelievable. He made 112 not out last game, so he's currently none for 242.
Those are phenomenal numbers.
If that's not form, I don't know what is.
It's funny, when he first got back this year, he had 2 low scores, and all of a sudden everyone's going, what's wrong with Maxi? But class is permanent, boys. Form is temporary.
Form is temporary.
This man is the best batsman in Netherlands by a mile at the moment, and probably over the last 2 years. I don't need to sit on the fence. This man is in serious, serious touch.
Yeah, look, he is by far and away the linchpin of the VOC batting lineup, but also the Netherlands batting lineup. Corey, there is nobody better in the country, and even in their first choice side, he is probably, beside Peter Saylor, the second name down on that team list, I would say.
Well, if you don't have him in your fantasy team as well, you know there is a fantasy team for this league.
Yeah, I definitely have him in there.
Well, he's bowling his leggies as well, so you've got to have him in your fantasy team as Tim de Kock on strike, and I think, boys, swipe across the line or swipe across the line.
Whatever he's going to do, he's going to try and hit it hard. As we see, Wahid
one
Masood on strike.
No one out at Cow Corner.
So he probably should swipe across the line. Oh, and he's hit that straight back to the bowler, unfortunately, and a little bit disappointed with himself. So
I tell you what, though, Corey, let's just take some sort of numbers away here. VOC currently, according to our frog box, 164 for 1, and O'Dowd's 130.
Wow.
That is a phenomenal percentage of runs to the one man.
That's plus 80%.
Are you sure?
Hey, they don't call me calculator ruckers for nothing.
As we see Masood in from the far end, the Korf ball in, and he's gone slowy ball.
Yeah, run,
and he's been
run.
bowled.
Oh, he's been bowled.
Oh.
He's chopped it on. Geez, Max was looking for the quick single, and a disappointing innings there from Tim de Kock as he's chopped that on and couldn't really get going either. So, boys, it's the lighthouse. Yelta Schoonheim has been elevated up the order to number 4.
I'm going to have to go, boys. I'll see you later on.
Wow. Unbelievable scenes.
Is Piercy chucking them on?
Well, Scotty, as we move across seats in the commentary box and you join me, and it's just yourself and myself as number 87 Pierce walks to the rooms now. We have Yelta Schoonheim coming out to the crease, and that's a good. So obviously Peter Saylor thinking on his feet, changing the order, and Yelta, known for his big hitting, has been put to number 4.
Yeah, and it does suit his style of batting. Yelta is not one that goes across the line. He is one that looks straight and straight only.
Okay, and Bertus de Jong just getting to one of our questions earlier. Most runs off and over. He believes Tobias VOC, the wicketkeeper in the Dutch squad, hit 30 off and over once, and he thinks that could be the record.
It doesn't surprise me that, but I think we're in for a chance next over to see what Max O'Dowd can do with that record.
Yelta Schoonheim facing his first ball, and that's
it's
well
very
bowled.
well bowled.
To be fair to the Dosti bowlers, Dixie, in the last couple of overs, they've actually bowled quite tidily.
They have, absolutely. It could be just a case of a little bit too little too late, though, I feel, as the score is now up to 164 without the DLS.
Yeah, we're not too sure. Oh, yeah, that will get updated, actually. So this score will inflate quite a lot.
Could be well over 200, I'm thinking.
Well, we'll get you the score updates in the innings break as Max back on strike, and that's driven. And once again, well bowled from Masood. Masood, I apologise, for another single down the ground. So, interesting enough, Pierce Fletcher's been asked to put his pads on, also known for clearing the pickets. Peter Saylor out there looks like he's got his gear on. So a couple of options for VOC, and good to see some flexibility in a situation like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen throughout the VOC's T10 campaign that a lot of the batsmen are capable of clearing pickets. That one, however, has hit the 3 pickets in front of him.
Funny old innings this. I don't think anyone else has been in too much form besides Max here. It's almost a lone hand, and Yelta Schoonheim departs, but doing the team game, not much he can achieve just there.
I'm going to need you to carry on without me for a second while I chuck my pads.
Why don't you chuck your pads on, Scotty, because I think you're going to be asked to play a sweep shot or two. So another dismissal here, and that leaves Max O'Dowd still out there on 131 not out, and this is pretty standard cricket at the end when your team's looking to accelerate and play some big shots. Dismissals do happen. So VOC really, the Max O'Dowd show, not VOC today. Max O'Dowd's played a phenomenal innings, but Dosti have applied themselves quite well, and a couple of late wickets for their reward. And that will bring the Dutch captain, the VOC captain, Peter Saylor, to the crease. And he'll be looking to throw the long handle at these last couple of balls, or maybe potentially just get Max back on strike. See if Max can maybe get to a cheeky 150 not out here today, as the sun peeks through the clouds, and yeah, beautiful, warm, sunny day here in the Netherlands now. Masood with the impressive figures, Scotty, of 2 for 20 off 4.5.
Very impressive in a game that's looking to be heading towards a 200 mark.
Yeah, so the Duckworth-Lewis system will change the score a little bit as well, and runs will be added at the end of the innings.
I don't think anyone quite knows how it works, but it will be interesting to see what it gets to.
Yeah.
As he comes in, and Saylor spoons that out to long off.
Maxi's definitely coming too.
2 runs.
Yeah, and he is, and that's the last ball over. So Maxi doing the right thing and thinking, I need to get the strike back, and he's got the strike back. So that's probably the best possible result for VOC there. And
how many does he need for his 150 here?
Well, if the score's correct that I'm being shown, Max is currently on 131 not out, so 19 off. What do you think?
Oh, 19 off, and they are going to Venu again, I believe, with the leg spin. If I was a gambling man, I'd be saying...
You can't gamble though, Scotty. You're an international cricketer.
Obviously can't, but if I was, I'd be saying he's getting to the 150.
We can't say that live on air. So if you're playing Monopoly and you had Monopoly money, would you put it on or not?
I think you got to say he's looking to get this 150, and I think he'll get there.
It's interesting you say Duckworth, Lewis. I've played 20 years of cricket. I still have no idea how that works. I wonder how many runs will be added to this total at the end of the innings.
I think they've got a wheel out the back there in the umpire's cordon, where they just spin it, and whatever number it turns onto, they add to the score.
It's a difficult thing to understand, Duckworth, but it is a Duckworth-Lewis affected game, rain affected game. So we'll see. And yeah, it looks like the leg spinner will end this innings. 23 over a fair. Max O'Dowd, 131. Not out of 168 is the score I have in front of me, and 19 away from a pretty remarkable 150. Can he do it? I mean, we're talking about 19 off and over, no easy feat. And the captain Tawari, I think he'll be aiming for a couple of dart Yorkers here. Scotty comes in.
Hard to bowl. Ooh.
That's actually quite...
It's crafty, that.
Yeah, he's been signalled to wide, but he was looking for that sort of quicker delivery, fired in at the pads.
And going to slide it across and into his arc, I think, hopefully getting inside of it.
Yeah. As you can imagine, nearly everyone on the boundary. Oh, that's going to go. Oh, what a catch by the bowler. Brilliant catch by the skipper. And that's a big wicket, and we look over.
I don't know if I'm going out here or not.
No, it looks like Ayers... No. Oh my word.
This is a sight for sore eyes.
Well, hold on. Before we move on to what
Let me pan the camera over.
Yeah, pan the camera. Hold on. Let me just give Max... If you can pan it to Max, and I'll give Max his due. Okay, you're on Maxi?
Yeah.
Maxi, well done. 131. A remarkable innings and a round of applause. But he's passed by his New Zealand teammate, Pierce Fletcher, has been added up the order. Pierce has walked out without a helmet, without a hat. He's letting that thin hair...
It's very thin.
It's very thin, that thin hair bristle, and he's been promoted up the order with a couple of balls left. As Scotty Edwards works on the camera, I love this. Number 87, Pierce Fletcher, last year hit a lot of sixes, and that's why he's been promoted up the order right now. With 5 balls left in the innings, I'm a little bit excited to see if Biff makes more than 1 run today.
I do believe he's got more wickets than runs, and he hasn't taken that many wickets so far.
You know what I love about Pierce's batting?
What's that?
This little shimmy that he does while he's at the crease. Watch this. He always looks like a genuine batsman. Watch this. For the viewers, there's, down, touch the pad, touch the shirt. 1, 2, 3, and he's ready. And oh, he's missed that by an absolute mile.
He's not in the same postcode as that.
He's missed a rank long hop by a long way, and he stretches that back out. It was a long card right for him. I don't think he could have missed that ball by more.
Where he bowled that same swing was going to happen.
Come on, Pierce. Let's see what you can do. And that's flied in, and that's hit straight, and that's only going to be a single. So the Pierce Fletcher I know of last year would have hit that for 6. So a little bit of rustiness with the bat, and that will put Peter Saylor on strike. And Scotty, I don't think you're going to bat today. It looks like Ayers Durrani has the gear on as well.
No, and I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. There's not much to gain from batting these last 3 overs, or 3 balls of the innings. So yeah, I'm quietly happy with that.
Here goes Peter Saylor, captain on strike, and he does play a shot, and that is a beautiful shot from Peter Saylor. And that also...
Extend the hands. That has gone a long way over long off.
And that's also hit into the football field, Scotty. So another big 6. A lot of 6s in this innings.
I tell you what, how many different sporting arenas has this ball gone to today?
Quite a lot. The Dosti Stadium hosts baseball, football, korfball, hockey, lacrosse, table tennis, squash, rugby, rugby union, indoor hockey,
Padel?
equestrian,
There's a padel court here.
pedestrian, synchronized swimming, 100-meter freestyle diving. This is the best sport facility. It has every type of
And
sport.
I think Max has hit one ball into each of those.
As Pierce Fletcher looks at us, and Pierce in some of the worst form of his life as he nods at the camera, and Peter Saylor looking to go one more big 6 here.
How many balls have we got to go on the
I think we have 2 balls left, Scotty.
I'd love to see Pierce back on strike for one of them. Oh,
That's
no.
flighted, and Peter Saylor doesn't get enough of that. That's going to be caught at long on.
Oh, has he gone over the line?
I don't know. He's thrown it in. I think it is caught.
I'm unsure.
I'm not too sure. We're looking at the
Did
fielder.
Pierce get on strike there? No.
No, Pierce didn't
Pierce
move.
has not moved off his bat.
So unlucky there for Peter Saylor doing the team thing. He's looked to hit a 6 over mid wicket and just been caught right on the long on boundary, about half a step in from the rope. So captain doing the team thing. That'll mean Ayaz Durrani, who's back into the top class team today. Ayaz had a really good year for us last year when we were missing a few players. He stood up all year, made a couple of top class 50s. It's good to see him back in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a hard one. He obviously hasn't played this year. Did he play one game?
I don't think Ayaz. I think Ayaz has played one game. He hasn't had a bat yet.
I don't think he's faced the ball, and he's coming out to bat for one ball.
And look at this. When have you ever seen 2 batsmen without a hat or a helmet?
I'm a huge fan of it.
Here we go. Last ball of the innings. Ayaz gets it flighted, and he's towed that. That's going to be caught on the boundary as well. Another close one, and it is caught. So Ayaz Durrani goes for a golden duck, and that's the last wicket of the innings. Unlucky. The last 2 shots from Peter Saylor and Ayaz Durrani caught right on the small boundary at Dosti. And I have the score here, 5 for 176, maybe 6 for 176. There will be an adjustment in the score because of Duckworth Lewis. And Scotty, pretty happy with that innings. Max O'Dowd, masterclass, wasn't it?
Absolutely. That's one to look back over tonight if you've got time. That's just class hitting, isn't it? While we're at it, though, I must depart as I'm about to head into the field.
And I'll shake your hand,
Thanks
Scotty.
for having me,
You're not
Corey.
taking the wicket-keeping gloves today for our viewers?
I don't think so, no. I think Tim's getting a run for it today.
Good luck out there, Scotty, and no pad rash for you. Enjoy your time out in the field. So that'll bring an end to the innings. I'll make sure I get the updated score for you guys. Max O'Dowd with an absolute masterclass of 130 plus out of a score of maybe 176, 180 odd. Really, really dominant display as the competitiveness of both sides has really shown through. Dosti fought back pretty well there in the last 5 overs. I will admit, it did look at one stage VOC might trickle over 200, and the sun has stayed out, so the perseverance of the KNCB, the umpires, everyone involved has actually paid off, and 4 points are on the line. I'll be back in a couple of moments to bring you some live coverage of the Dosti chase, and with the final score there chasing. We'll be back. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to Dosti Cricket Club, where we have the important 23 over match today. It's been reduced because of the earlier weather. VOC versus Dosti for the 4 points, and you've just witnessed a little bit of a masterclass from Max O'Dowd with a huge 130 today. VOC, after Duckworth Lewis was added, have ended up with a total of 185. I repeat, 185 is the target set for Dosti in 23 overs. So a tall ask for their batsman, and it looks like Arnav Jan, who opened the batting earlier, has been given the responsibility with the new ball as well. So opening the batting and opening the bowling today. We're about to get underway. It was snowing earlier. I repeat, it was snow earlier here today, but the sun is shining. I'm your commentator, Corey Rutgers. We'll have no commentators here because they're all in the field. Let's get underway. And a well-flighted ball, and that's missed the leg stump, not by much, and Scotty Edwards' hands in his head, so interesting to see the signal here if he's going to give that white. No, he's given it byes. Sort of sums up Scotty Edwards' day so far. And a few byes on the Dutch national keeper there, which is a rarity. He's an exceptional gloveman, and as I mentioned, a bit of snow and rain earlier today, some beautiful sunshine here for the second innings of this run chase. And Arnav gives it some flight and is met beautifully. First ball, what a shot. 6 down the ground, and here come Dosti. So obviously a big total on the board, but that isn't going to stop them from giving this a red hot crack. That's a beautiful shot first ball. 6 off his first ball for Masood, and Arnav beats the bat outside the off stump there. So a good comeback from the bowler, and yeah, a lot of live cricket coming around in the Topklasse here today. 4 points up for grabs in a lot of games around the grounds, and it's beautiful weather conditions now. And Arnav a bit short of that time, and that's defended awkwardly back to him. So if you missed the first innings, Max O'Dowd another 100, back-to-back hundreds in top class, followed up with an 80 this week versing the Scottish in 50 over cricket. So the man's in red hot form. He'll be looking to maybe bowl some leg spin later today to help the VOCs get over the line. As that's flighted again, and I think that's played and missed and picked up by the batsman, past to Scotty Edwards, who's now out there keeping. And we're live on YouTube via Frogbox and VOC Rotterdam ECL page. If you want to get any questions in, I'll hopefully get to them. We missed a few in the first innings. Arnav a little bit shorter there, so he's really corrected his length here. That one ball that was a bit full hit down the ground for 6, and the rest a little bit shorter and defended neatly. So that brings an end to the first over. So 185 required for Dosti, who have yet to have a win this year, but they'll be looking to get their first win under the belt. And it looks like young Seeb's been handed the ball. So a bit of a change here from captain Peter Saylor. He's gone to the young off spin, leg spin. Not many people in the league know at the moment, so I'm not going to give it away because I know what he bowls, and he's got a lot of talent, this young man. He's took 9 wickets in the double header last weekend, and interesting to see the skipper operate with 2 spinners. Not something you see all the time in 50 over cricket, even though it's a 23 over game. Spin from both ends. So young Seeb, leading wicket taker in top class, I believe, comes in for his first ball of the day. And that's well, but can he get that? Oh, tell you what, this young fella has a little bit of a golden arm at the moment. It's taking a lot of wickets, and it's great to see some of the youth academy players of VOC coming through the ranks. And that's a little bit shorter, and that's pulled, but the sweeper is out at forward square leg, and Peter Southern's at deep mid on. So the 2 men out there in this 23 over match. And Raheel Ahmed, also Dutch wicketkeeper, is now off the mark neatly. So here we go. This should be a good contest here. That's the umpire just a little bit distracted, and dead ball signalled. Here we go. Young Seeb with the new ball today. Oh, that's a big appeal, and I think he's got him. And he has got him, young Seeb, and Peter Saylor's stroke of genius. This young fella just takes wickets for fun. Unbelievably, we saw in the first innings it stayed quite low, and he's come and he's landed on the earth, and the young fella's picked up another scalp. I'm not too sure of my numbers. The VOC is a cock a hoot, but I think that's his 10th wicket for the year, and 17 years old. Maybe Ryan Campbell has an eye on this young fella, because it's great to see a young Dutch cricketer come through the ranks and just taking wicket after wicket. Very excited for the young man. He'll be looking at his footage. And Peter Saylor, he's not the national captain for no reason. Maybe a stroke of genius deciding to open with the 2 spinners. And that is a big wicket, a big wicket. So VOC been in control of this short game, and I can't remember the last time I've seen 2 spinners start from each end, but a little bit of a masterstroke from the Dutch and VOC captain. Obviously knows something I don't know. And Seeb with his 10th wicket of the year, in some red hot form with the ball, takes a wicket every over, this young fella. To his credit, doesn't bowl many long hops, he's always on a length. As the batsman takes centre here, and beautiful rays of sunshine across the ground now. Would not have thought that today. It's actually quite warm on my back here, and Seeb to the captain Tawari now. Oh, and he's kept that low as well, and I tell you what, that's not far off. That is not far off. If VOC need to take an extra seamer one day, I think we're looking at the #1 off spinner at the club right now. 17 years old, this young fella, bowling beautifully of late. Oh, that's full, and that's another double. There could be a run out here. Durrani, direct hit. Durrani's almost hit the other wickets at the other end there, but 2 changes for VOC. Dirk van Baren and myself out the team, and Rohan Malik and Ayaz Durrani getting a chance in top class today. So good to see some depth at VOC. And Dosti, can they just keep going at this new ball? And that's hit hard back at Seeb, who's flicked it well, and he's flicked it at the stump. So a lot of confidence from the young fella, and a brilliant over. So it looks like Arnav will continue and spin for the first 3 overs of this chase. And I'll try to bring you some live scores from around the grounds. And here it's raining back in Rotterdam now. Some beautiful sunshine here. Does look like there will be. I've been messaged from Reinhout van Eerschot, who's all over the weather. He's brilliant at this. That there is rain scheduled at 7:40. So it's good eyes from the one of the bigger bosses at VOC. So I imagine VOC are thinking, let's get these 20 overs in, because if you don't know, 20 overs constitutes a 50 over game. So if we go off for rain before 20 overs, and the game doesn't get back on, it will be deemed a tie or abandonment. Sorry, not a tie, abandonment, which would only mean 1 point each. So obviously the spinners are going to be asked to race through the overs, but also have to be careful that Dosti don't get ahead in this chase. But I know VOC do have 4 or 5 spinners, as Arnav will start the next over, and a little bit of flight there, and it's driven beautifully through wide extra cover, and Peter Saylor does the mopping up. So I mentioned a couple of spinners. I know Ayaz Durrani, who's been brought in, bowls off spin. Rohan Malik bowls off spin. Max O'Dowd has his leg spin. Bobby Hanif comes off a short run up, so they'll be looking to get through these overs quite quickly, VOC, and a bit of flight there, and that's hit down a long on. Is that going to cover the boundary? Bobby Hanif running in. Bobby's taken the next wicket, so that's 2 down early, and VOC Rotterdam on the march early. 2 quick wickets. Bobby Hanif making great ground, running about 15 metres into his right. Catches it safely, and Bobby Hanif, for those who don't know, played about 20 years of top-class cricket, doesn't drop many. So a great catch from Bobby, and that's another big wicket. That's Rahil Ahmed out, the ex-Dutch national keeper, and Dosti in a lot of trouble now. 2 wickets down, but yeah, if you don't know too much about high-scoring run chases, you really have to go at nearly everything. 185 off 23 overs, around 7.5 and over. So Dosti trying to maximise this power play, but VOC capitalising twice with the spin. I'll take a quick breath to catch some air. No co-commentator here, so I've got to talk quite a lot of rambling here. But yeah, we do have to hurry. I am getting messages through from quite a lot of VOC supporters. It's great to have everyone tuned in and watching. But yeah, there is a bit of rain forecast in the next hour. So can VOC, who you would think would take the chocolates at this stage, can they get their overs in time? That is the question being asked. Arnav to continue. Slow outside off, and a late cut beautifully there, and that'll be the Lighthouse Jeltje Schoonheim throwing it in, as I have a call from Renee van Eerschot. Renee, I can't answer right now, but thank you for your call. Hope you're well and enjoying the live coverage thanks to Frogbox and Interact Sports. Rohan Malik runs across the field and goes into backward point here. So operating with a 5-4 field, 5 on the offside, 2 boundary riders, deep mid on and deep sort of square leg, forward square leg almost, not mid wicket, but forward square leg. Arnav, who's been in great form with the ball this year. at the top of his mark. Definitely in selectors' eyes for the KNCB, I hope, as well. Gives it some flight outside off and really nicely worked away into mid-wicket there. And the two batsmen, Mahesh Hans and Vinu Tiwari, two experienced campaigners, have been involved for quite a few years with Dosti Cricket Club. Really need to put on a partnership. There's Arnav, big appeal, that could be out as well. Another LBW shout. And give a nod out, maybe too much turn if anything. It looks like they're getting a little bit of purchase. So, bit of turn on display. Dosti in a little bit of strife here, 2 for 10. But stranger things have happened. Like us playing today, was surprised to see us get a pocket of sunshine as Arnav comes in again. And a bit of flight, and he's beaten the outside edge this time. So, yeah, I do wonder, this young Arnav Jan, 19 years old, opened the batting, opened the bowling today, but his off spin is something special. I wonder if Dutch coach Ryan Campbell has an eye on him. I believe he's been involved in the Netherlands A setup, but this commentator feels he could potentially play for the Netherlands in the coming years. A really, really good off-spin bowler, tall and understands the game quite well. But also operating with his off-spin / leg spin partner, Seeb. Young Seeb, who's been taking wickets for fun of late, to bowl the fourth. And yeah, as Peter Saylor comes to deep mid on, rain forecast at 7:40, quite heavily, obviously trying to get through these overs quickly. And see, probably the first short ball he's bowled in a while and has been swept quite beautifully. It looks like Yelta is signalling a 4, so that will be a 4. So the first sort of long hop so far from the bowlers. They've been on their game, and it's great to have so many people firing in some questions. And in the first things we had from Steve McVeigh saying the 6 sixes and over was Sobers, Shastri, Singh, Pollard and Gibbs. So thanks for that. We weren't too sure of all the names, but they were the 5 players that have hit 6 sixes in and over. Max O'Dowd was trying his best earlier today. Hit 12 sixes in his innings of 130. But we're here in the bowling innings now. Can VOC defend 185? Let's see. Gets it down leg side, and Scotty Edwards a little bit slow moving today. Scotty, haven't seen him this tight, and there's a chance for a runner here as Ayers throws it in, and Scotty fumbles again. So the keeper just struggling a little bit at the moment. Steve spraying that one down the leg side as the sun goes behind the clouds, and it drops a couple of degrees here. So Seeb just drying that sort of wet ball now. Outfield still a bit spongy. That's a better length and line, and that's a big appeal. And he's got another one. This man takes a wicket every over. It's sort of becoming a little bit ridiculous at the moment. On last weekend, young Seeb took 9 wickets in the weekend, and he's already got 2. It's phenomenal. This young boy just takes wickets, and if he's not on the Dutch radar, he will be soon. Ryan Campbell, I hope you're looking. You've got a 17-year-old who's the leading wicket taker in Topklasse this year. Sort of a little bit of Ajantha Mendez sort of action. Bowls a little carrom balls, little flickers, off spinners, leg spinners. I don't know what comes out of his hand, but he just takes wickets. It's just phenomenal stuff. And Dosti in a whole lot of trouble. 3 wickets down for only 14 on the board. That was the captain dismissed. The time is 20 past 6 as I tell Peter Saylor, so around about an hour and 10 minutes till it's meant to rain heavily. But yes, I was saying, just young C bowling carrom balls, doucheras, off spinners, he's just all over it. It's great to see a youth player come through the system and really produce in top class cricket. Happy knack of getting LBWs. And again, and oh yeah, he's bowled it nice and full, and that's the thing, he doesn't miss his length too much, so this young man, and that looked like that could have been the flick from the front fingers this time, a little bit of an in-swinger. About 6 different deliveries he has. And again, oh, and there's another sweep shot off it, and Scotty Edwards isn't having a good day behind the gloves. I've never seen Scotty so sloppy, and that's given leg byes. Okay, so a little tickle on the pad, but leg bye signalled. So the plan of spin from both ends is paying off for VOC. And as Peter Saylor has a few little jibes at his national teammate keeper as well, who's having a bit of a shocker of a day, really. I think he's in a different reality. He was on the Oculus earlier and he hasn't come back. Oh boy. Oh, Siebes dragged that one down, and that is flicked finally as Ayaz Durrani makes some good ground from 45. So that one's sticking in the hands of the bowler, and just a single worked around the corner. And Dosti now caught in between a bit of a trick. Do they rebuild, or do they keep trying to go at this massive total? Really, really tricky to decide. Oh, and that's well bowled again and hit straight to mid-wicket. So not much bounce in this pitch, and that's probably why a couple of LBW decisions early. So I check my phone and check the radar. So yeah, there is showers expected in the next hour and 10 minutes. But for now, the sun is shining. Some great effort from the KNCB and all the umpires to get these games ahead today. Somehow they have got them on, because we had a downpour this morning. It felt like it was snowing at one stage. But Max O'Dowd, once again, if you missed the first innings, 130, back-to-back hundreds, unbelievable hitting, 12 sixes. And Arnav, they're going to continue with off spin here, VOC. Bit of flight there and well defended forward. So the ball's not swinging, it's not hula hooping around or anything like that. It's spin from both ends. I'm not too sure I've seen it too much in my time as a cricketer and coach, but it's good to see a little bit of a difference. And Arnav, well bowled. So a little bit of hula hoop bowling here. Lots of hoop being put on the ball. And going around corners a little bit for the two spinners of VOC at the moment. And that's worked nicely into square leg, and that'll just be a single, as young Sieb from 45 will do the mopping up. So if you have any questions about cricket or the game, please get them in via YouTube, or if you know me personally, feel free to send in the messages via Instagram or WhatsApp. Plenty of top class cricket happening in May. Lots of rain affected games, but still churning out the matches here. There's Arnav, straight line. So it's obvious the advice from Captain Peter Saylor is bowl straight, they miss, you hit, basically. And Dosti having a few troubles early in their run chase, as that's driven nicely to the offside. And Ayaz Durrani, good picking up. And we have a question through from Juco Rusalata. Why am I not playing today? We're just giving the extended squad a go today, Juco, from HBS. 14-man squad, and we want to make sure everyone gets a bit of game time. And that's bowled, and as I've called that, Arnav picks up another wicket, and it's becoming a procession here. Didn't see this coming, and I just called they miss, you hit, and that is exactly what's happened. Sieb and Arnav, the two spin, the duo combo, almost like Stuart McGill and Shane Warne. I've seen some spin combos in my time, but this is great to see. They are bowling very straight, getting a little bit of purchase, and if the Dosti players miss it, well, it's going to be out at the moment. Bowled or LBW. So another big wicket, and Dosti, yeah, I hate to say it, are in disarray. In absolute disarray. You'll never say never, but who knows? Who knows? Stranger things have happened in cricket, and I don't think Dosti will give up this run chase lightly. And Juco, to your other question on YouTube, the answer is yes. So trying to give the extended squad a go. Unfortunately, at the moment with the COVID regulations, there isn't any twos cricket, so our second team isn't getting any game time, which is unfortunate, but it's great to have cricket being played in the Netherlands even during the pandemic, and that is why we are trying to give our extended squad a bit of game time, a bit of match practice, and yeah, good to get the depths of VOC going, as the spin duo now have 4 wickets between them. I think of spin duos around the world: Stuart McGill, Shane Warne, Peter Saylor, Roelof van der Merwe, but this is my favourite, Sieb and Arnav. They're not doing much with it, but they're bowling straight, and that's all you have to do some days. This pitch is staying pretty low from my view. And Sieb to operate again. Oh, and that's outside off and whipped nicely through backward square leg. And Ayaz Durrani, one of the players we talked about being in the seam today, fires it in at Scott Edwards' gloves. And nice to see Scotty take the ball cleanly there for the first time today. So Sieb has a funny knack of picking up a wicket and over in the last few weeks. Can he do it again? And that is hit nicely and well fielded. Tell you what, the young fella's confidence is high. He wasn't doing that a few weeks ago. So good to see, throwing his body on the line. Dosti here looking to probably rebuild for a little bit. And that's hit straight to mid-wicket, and Arnav helps his spin bowling compatriot out. Well backed up from Max O'Dowd there at cover. 4 for 20 the score, chasing 185. And that is a full ball blocked again. So the plan of 2 spinners working brilliantly as Peter Saylor moves Bobby across into, looks like backward points moving into square leg because of such a straight line from the bowler, or maybe 2 mid-wickets. Sort of in between a mid-wicket and a square leg is Bobby. And that is blocked again. So Seeb really showing if he bowls it straight and the batsman miss it, he will get the LBW or the bowler. But I think, yeah, Peter Saylor's just whispered to me, will this be a big shot coming? I think so, possibly. And oh, he does call it. And Bobby, a little bit of a fumble, but that was hit quite hard at him. So that's going to be a single out to Yelter Schoonheim down at deep mid-wicket. So just the single. And a few words from the VOC is around the field. Hurry up, boys, hurry up. The rain is coming. So sort of seems like it's VOC versus the rain here. Can they get through? I'm not too sure, Dosti. I mean, look, you don't want to discredit them or discount them too early, but 165 more to win in 17 overs does seem like a bit of a long shot, but you never know. But I think VOC up against the elements here. Big thunderstorm is on its way. Will they get through their 20 overs? Arnav to continue. And that is wide of off stump and left alone neatly. And that is flighted again and hit hard to mid-wicket, where Pierce Fletcher uses his foot and not his hands. Options from Pierce. Didn't want to get too low, the big fella. Maybe a little bit disappointed not to take the new ball today. Bowled very well last week, did Pierce. And that is left outside off stump. There's a bit of chirp from the VOC as they're up and about out in the field today. Obviously well on top in this game at the moment. Another bit of flight again outside off. So bowling a wide line this over, asking the batsmen to maybe reach for it, but they're being respectfully left. And it says Ayaz Durrani with the ball, but it's not. It is Arnav Jan bowling. So anyone at Frog Box that's listening, that is not Ayaz Durrani. Yeah, it's not Ayaz Durrani. It's Arnav Jan bowling. He's tidy off spin so far with figures of 2 for 8. Oh, and that's well bowled again and defended back to him. So bowling out a pretty good over there. And Dosti, well, tricky position really. Do you go after the runs or do you rebuild as the VOC has jogged through? And I think it is getting a little bit darker overhead. And a couple of messages more coming in that, yeah, they need to get through these 20 as productively as they can. I'll see if I can try bring you some scores from around the ground. I'll get on the old KNCB Cricket Live app. 5-star rating if you haven't downloaded it yet. Brilliant app that keeps you up to date with all the scores around the ground. Oh wow, HCC, okay. Oh, and there's another big appeal. That could be out again. He's nodded again. Seeb's got another one. I don't know. I've seen some things in me time, but this kid loves an LBW. Loves an LBW. He's bowling dead straight, and they just keep missing him. So 3 for Seeb, and I'll give you some quick things around the ground. HCC chasing Sparta's 116. HCC 2 for 88 off 5. So HCC motoring along. Unbelievable scenes there. Dosti obviously struggling a little bit here, and I'll see if I can find some other scores for you. But yeah, Seeb, another wicket. And the thing is, he spreads his wickets out over overs. He doesn't seem to take 2 and over. It's just 1 every over. It brings possibly, it looks like a left-hander coming to the crease from here. And the leading wicket taker in the top class before the start of the day, I assume is holding on to his position now because he's taken 3 early wickets in this spell. 3 figures of 3 for 8. And it is a left-hander, so good eyes from the commentary box as Seeb decides to come around the wicket, obviously. And he might even be thinking of a back-to-back 5 for 6 for here as he comes in again to the left-hander, so the field has adjusted. Oh, and he's really targeting in on those pads. That wasn't too far away from hitting the front board again, so Dosti in all sorts of trouble here. 5 for 21. Only Max O'Dowd's looked comfortable at the crease from both teams really today. And in again, and he bowls it, and it's driven out to the offside, so another dot ball, and The hole gets a little bit deeper here for Dosti. I'm not too sure how they can get out of this one. And that's a straight ball, and oh, that's almost brought the slip Max O'Dowd into the game. So Seeb operating with a lot of confidence, getting a bit of purchase here, and a lot of viewerships coming up. The leading wicket taker in top class at the moment with figures of 3 for 8. He's 17 years old. Oh, and that's close again. I tell you what, I almost appealed in the commentary box. I thought that was going to hit him flush on the pad. And the clouds get a bit darker here. Oh, and it's well bowled again, and it's almost shoveled out to the offside. So another successful over for VOC, and one feels now it's VOC versus the elements. Rain forecast in an hour. Can they get through to 20 overs? I think Dosti's probably going to fly the white flag here, and you can see the covers being brought out by Deep Point. So there, Dosti thinking, can we get a point out of this, maybe with a bit of rain? Off spin to continue. There's Arnav coming in again, and that is hit into the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a quick single to bring the left-hander back on a strike. As I update my KNCB Live app just to get you some more scores around the ground if my phone doesn't die, but every chance it will. I'm on about 7%. Dosti struggling here, 5 for 22. Arnav, the off-spinner, operating to the left-hander now. Every off-spin, that's going to be out LBW, and it is LBW. So 6 for 22. LBW after LBW after LBW. I don't know. I'm going to have to check the scorecard, how many LBWs there's been. I know there was a bold. I think it might be 5 LBs. I've not seen that many, so many start innings. At 6 for 22. So they've got to get through the overs, or they take the last 4 wickets. Scotty Edwards behind the stumps looks very happy. His big smile on his face. Max O'Dowd, the only batsman really showing a little bit of something today, and wickets falling in a clump to the spin pairing of Arnav Jan and young Seeb. So 6 wickets between the spin pairing. And the score is 6 for 22 as Max O'Dowd asks out loud, and they've got about an hour before the rain hits as I pass a secret message to the players. Scotty Edwards looking a bit sloppy with the gloves today. And some would think that he's still playing Oculus. Virtual reality or real reality, I don't know with Scotty anymore, but the other 10 players are on. As Scotty has a giggle. And Arnav, 3 for, bowled beautifully so far. Bowled really, really well. And VOC sticking with this you miss, I hit. There's a good game going on between ACC and VRA. ACC making 7 for 118 today, and VRA 6 for 98. There's a game on there maybe as Arnav comes in, and that is flight and hit through wide extra cover, and Yelta Schoonheim can't get around to it. Thought that could have been another wicket. It's VOC. This could be a really big booster in their net run rate as well. It'll be interesting to see if that plays a part later in the year. There's Arnav again, blocked into the leg side, and I look to my right, some dark clouds brewing. So VOC versus the rain. Interesting. Don't have many days like this in cricket. It has been a bit of a peculiar day. That's flighted wide of off stump, and I believe that would be called a wide by the umpire, and it is. So Arnav giving it some flight here, really trying to tempt the batsman into one more maybe. That's a dart down the leg side, and that's tickled nicely. That might roll away for 4 as young Seed goes for a big chase. They should turn for an easy 2. They will get 2. So just short of the boundary, well fielded there, and I hear him slide across the outfield as Scotty misses another one. And Dosti still ticking along, they've got to try and maybe rebuild back time here. They might get a point if it rains out. Flighted outside off and blocked back to the bowler there. So 6 for 26, sorry. Seeb will continue. So spin to continue. We haven't seen any pace. I'm not too sure we'll see much pace either. As I look on the TK Cricket app, also a great app run by Burtis de Jong and Rod Lyle with scores around the grounds and get some updates. So I've been informed HCC are off the field at 2 for 88, chasing 116. They'll be absolutely devastated if they don't get back on. So that's quite interesting development there. Seed, well bowled again, so blocked into the offside. And it looks like at HBS Excelsior, the match has been abandoned. So HBS making 9 for 165 before the rain interval there. And a game abandoned down at Crinehouse. It's Seeb catch off his own ball and he's caught it up. I don't know what's going on, but young Seeb just takes wickets for fun. This is great to see. He's got 4. Oh, I'm sorry to sound a little bit biased in the commentary box, but young Seeb's come through the youth cricket at VOC, and a lot of different coaches have worked with him and really worked on his batting, but his bowling in the last 18 months has come on, and another wicket for the young fella. Good on him. He deserves it, and that's another wicket. So Dosti obviously more than likely won't chase this score down, and it seems like it's VOC versus the elements. Can they beat the rain? So VRA needing another 24 runs on there against ACC. HBS Excelsior rained out. HCC off the field at the moment versus Sparta, needing 28 as the first bit of rain drops on my head. So interesting, very, very interesting. There is huge dark clouds brewing out back. They need to get these 3 wickets very quickly if they want to take full points. So HCC off the field, only needing 14 runs to win that game, and that could be abandoned. They're 2 for 88 off 5.5, trying to chase 114. So this is the story of the day. Cricket versus rain versus teams. Unbelievable day of cricket, really. And it's, Peter Saylor tells me it looks just really dark out back, and it does. Seeb again, and that could have been LBW again as Bobby Hanif mops up. So as I send sort of cheeky messages to Peter on the long on boundary, Pete, it is getting closer and closer. Oh, as that's blocked into the offside, and a loud call, and Pierce Fletcher goes for the appeal there, but definitely not. Punjab versus Vorberg. It looks like Punjab are coasting there for an upset victory maybe over VCC. Young Seeb again, and that's going to be out LBW. That's 5. Oh, he's given that one not out. I'll tell you what, I'm going to flip this table. That looked like that could have been out. It's they really need to get these 3 wickets quickly. It's all happening here at the Dosti Cricket Stadium. As that's blocked, and Seeb not giving anything away. He's just on absolute fire, and messages are flying in from everyone here who's watching this young fella take wickets. I think there might be an elephant in the room, and the elephant is, when will Seeb represent the Dutch? Because leading wicket taker in the top class, 17 years old. I hope Ryan Campbell has an eye on him, but that's the elephant in the room. When will young Seeb represent the Dutch national team? What an amazing performance from the young fella. Plenty of messages of support coming in from the VOC faithful. Great to have you all here watching. Now, Peter Saylor, Dutch captain's taken the ball, and I'm not surprised. I reckon he's seen the rain and thought, I need to get on here. It is I don't think I'd ever call this, but it is really VOC versus the rain now. No disrespect to Dosti. They need to get 3 wickets urgently as Scotty takes out the stumps, and that's going to take some time off the game they don't need. I keep looking at the scores around the ground. It looks like rain is interrupting a lot of places. So Peter Saylor with the ball, the score 7 for 27. Oh, I can't believe that hasn't bowled him. An inside edge, as those dark clouds really are emanating around the ground. And if people that don't know, VOC actually have one of the lowest scores in history at this ground. So Dosti have already beaten that. As he's come down the wicket, he's hit that high. I don't think Bobby Hanif's going to get there. He doesn't, but it's pretty well mopped up at deep long on, and he throws it in. So if you were thinking, will this be the lowest score in top class? I hate to say this, but unfortunately VOC were bowled out for 17 here, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, just before a few of us joined. It must have been a tough day, but Dosti struggling here at 7 for 28 as Peter Saylor bowls, and the batsman not ready, so pulls away, and that signalled a dead ball. Yeah, so Dosti, 7 for 28. VOC trying to race through these overs as quickly as you can, and Peter Saylor loops that one outside off, very slow bowling. Bit of rain spitting on my head, and for those that don't know the rules, if the team isn't bowled out or the overs aren't bowled in time, it will be given a draw. The game will be abandoned. So this is why I don't think you'll see any pace bowling from VOC. I don't think Bobby Hanif or Pierce Fletcher will bowl. They might try bowl 20 overs of spin, as that's outside off. And Peter Saylor, I think, is bowled an over there in a minute. So it's almost like a little bit of Ravinder Jadeja. And looks like Rohan Malik's been given the ball. Young Rohan brought into the team today at the expense of Dirk van Baarden. Also a young spinner. He needs to get through his overs very quickly. Needs to get through his overs very, very quickly indeed. Bit of Jadeja-esque bowling there from Peter Saylor. As I go to put my coat back on, the temperature's dropping. Also makes me think the rain's getting closer. Rohan Malik into the team. Here we go, young fella again. Has a practice ball, not too much time for many of those. And here he comes for his first ball in top class this year, young Rohan. As that is down the leg side, it's hit to Ayaz Durrani, but that will go through Ayaz and that should trickle across the boundary. No, it looks like it's stowed up on that outfield as Ayaz chases it down. So that'll be just a 2. Rohan goes back to the stage mark, so a bit of a loose start. It looks like the bowlers can only bowl 5 apiece, so Arnav and Seed must be bowled out. And the obvious change of 2 more spinners coming into it. Rohan comes in again, and that's a little bit down the leg side. Well kept from Scott there. So just has to start his line a little bit more outside off stump, bowling a little bit straight because he does get turn. And a short run up. Oh, he's hit that in there. That should be caught. Sue's coming that. Arnav Jan. And Arnav's got a wicket. So Rohan Malik picks up one. They need to get through. They need to get back into position quickly. Rohan Malik, top class wicket, and he must be absolutely wrapped. So nearly everything that the VOCers do today turns to gold. That's the 8th wicket. And 2 more wickets. Can they get these 2 wickets before the rain hits? It is VOC versus weather here at Dosti. Peter Saylor bowled an over at 45 seconds. I'm going to time his next over. Next over for all you viewers. If you want to put in how quick you think Peter Saylor can get through an over, I'd love to see what you all think. But really good for the young players of VOC today. Rohan Malik with I think it might be one of his first top class wickets. I know it is this year. Yeah, this year in competitive cricket. So sorry if you heard a swear word in the background there from one of our fielders. My apologies. There's Rohan coming in. So VOC 2 wickets away from quite a remarkable game of cricket. That's better, and that's down the leg side. Scott Edwards is having a shocker today. Scotty Edwards is... Well, VOC might as well have played with 10 today because I don't know what he's doing here. As he gets a bit of a laugh from him, you see him put his hands up in the background. So Raymond DeVos with the message. Good job, Rohan. So Raymond DeVos very happy to see more youth VOC cricketers perform well, and that's a bit better by Rohan outside off stump. So Rohan just needs to get back to the top of his mark and get through it. The temperature has dropped here, and they need to get through quickly. It's cold, and Rohan. Oh, that's inside edge to Ayaz Durrani. Well, Ayaz fangs it in at Scotty Edwards. So 2 balls left in this over before Peter Saylor tries to bowl an over under a minute. 2 wickets to take 4 points. That's flighted and blocked to Bobby Hanif, who won't have to do much today. 1 left as Peter Saylor screams out. So, and that is flighted. And he's bowled him. That's a big wicket. So Rohan picks up 2 in the over. And VOC have Dosti 9 for 32. And I tell you what, VOC are doing themselves no disservice here. They've bowled 12 overs and they just have to get 1 more wicket. So if they can pick up this last wicket, they're going to take full points home. And I tell you what, that'll be a happy drive back to Rotterdam. Max O'Dowd, the only batsman today showing anything. 130 odd, 12 sixes, VOC 9 for 32. So Dosti in all sorts. Crazy day of cricket there. So haven't seen a day of cricket like this in a long time. The day started at 8:30. We had our COVID test. We then sat in the changing rooms in the clubhouse at VOC for about 5 hours. We got the call at 1:30. Get to the ground for a 2:30 start. We got to the ground at 2:25. Scott Edwards went for a bathroom break. Couldn't open the batting. We went off after 3 overs. We came back on. We went off after 6 overs. We came back on. Max O'Dowd then hit 130 knot. Then VOC have entered the field. They needed to bowl these 20 overs quickly and defend the score. The rain in the background, there's thunderstorms all around us. And VOC now have Dosti 9-4-32. And if they get one more wicket, you can take the rain out the equation. This game's done and dusted, and VOC will be driving back to Rotterdam with 4 points. Peter Saylor with the ball. We'll time him to see how quickly he gets through and over if it lasts that long, and fly it up. And it's swept hard across the line, and young Sieb stops it with his foot. So well fielded by Sieb there. And Juko Rusalada makes the comment, VOC's better off playing without Corey Rutgers, and I agree. This is phenomenal stuff. 9 for 32. Can Peter Saylor wrap it up? That's a moon ball. Respected. So one more wicket here in one of the more strange days of cricket I have ever seen. We might try to get a player interview after the game. Moon ball again. I don't know. That's not bowled him. I thought it had taken the last stump, but played a miss, and Scotty with some quick hands. Crazy, crazy day of cricket. Will they get this last wicket this over? Peter Saylor putting no pace on the ball at all. Almost bowling moon balls. Like that. Oh, it's well blocked to Pierce Fletcher at mid-wicket. Pierce Fletcher not required with the new ball today, either Bobby Hanif. We've seen 12 overs of spin. And again, flighted, and it's hit into the leg side, and smart batting just for the single. So, Dosti. I think Dosti will be disappointed with today. They did a lot of hard work to get the pitch up for grabs, and I know they're a better team than this. So, a bit of a disappointing performance, but that can happen in cricket as that is bowled slowly, and Peter Saylor jogs through and they get through the over. I've looked at my stopwatch and Peter Saylor runs down to me, so I'll make sure I say this out. That over, 1 minute, 16 seconds. That's one of the quicker overs we've seen. A bit of Ravindra Jadeja. I think the the option of bowling the moon ball does add a few seconds to the over. There's Rohan Malik, who has 2, looking to wrap this up with a 3rd. VOC close to wrapping this one up in extraordinarily quick time. Rohan comes in, and that's hit down to, well, not down to, hit to Max at cover. It looks like VOC might sneak away with 4 points here before the rain, before the elements, who knows. That's flighted and blocked again, and they're not taking the single, so that's interesting. Not taking the single. Guess obviously no belief in the number 11 and wants to bat some time, get a bit of a batting practice. Rohan again. And okay, so this is an interesting one. So it looks like Dosti have decided, well, we're just going to block everything and maybe the rain will come and save them a point. Is it too late to do that with just 1 wicket in hand? Maybe. And that is exactly what they're doing. So with 2 balls left, Peter Saylor makes the right decision and everybody comes up. So this will be mean to not give them the single. So young Sieb still needs to come in a few. And they don't want to give a single here. So basically a bit of cat and mouse between VOC and Dosti. VOC not wanting to give a single to keep the number 11 on strike for Peter Saylor. Interesting. Bit of cat and mouse cricket. And that is swung across the line, and that is missed off stump by about 1 inch. So VOC want an even ball, dot ball or wicket here. A 2, a 4, a dot or a wicket would be ideal for VOC this ball, whereas the batsman might be looking for a quick single somewhere. That's flighted up, and it's skied, and it's joining me in the commentary box. Oh, and it's a 1. Oh, it's a 1 bounce 4 as Peter Saylor. Peter Saylor almost falls. Almost falls into the water, and sorry, I had to move from my seat there. So 4 off the last ball, but that gives Peter Saylor a chance at the number 11. And Steve McVie goes, sorry, I don't understand, why didn't Scott Edwards bat today? Scotty Edwards arrived last minute. Unfortunately, a few of us did because of certain circumstances and had to go to the bathroom. So no opening the batting, and then due to the scores on the board, we changed the order and went with some more aggressive players at the end. So the number 11 on strike to Peter Saylor. Peter Saylor wasting no time. Here he comes. Oh. So funny this, the number 11 partnership, number 10 partnership I should say, are taking their time, and VOC may be a bit twitchy with the weather. Oh, as that's hit the back of the bat almost, an edge to Max, but no catch. So, VOC need this wicket. Dosti defending, trying to hope for a little bit of rain. Blocked again. Funny game, this one. These two have shown more batting depth than most of the order. Oh, and an inside edge has saved him from a certain LBW this time. Peter Saylor bowling off about 1.5 steps. I don't think he's even got a run up right now. Here we go. 1, 2, bowl. It's a moon ball. I've seen some things in my time. Peter Saylor's coming off 1 step here. He's just racing through this over. And it's the quickest over in cricket history. As I press the stopwatch here, that over was bowled in 52 seconds. 52 seconds that over. And VOC may be feeling a little bit twitchy as Dosti bat out for the draw. Looks like VRA need 12 runs off the last 6. So VRA can probably get over the line there. No word if HCC have gone back on. Everyone fighting the elements today. Rohan Malik to continue. 1 wicket to win for VOC. That's short. That's pulled and it's into the gap. They won't take the single. So the rain's coming. The rain is coming. They need this wicket. I've never seen a game of cricket like this in all my years. This is very peculiar. Flighted, swept to Ayaz. Another dot ball. Oh, it's beaten the outside edge. A little tickle on that might have wrapped it up. Rohan Malik trying to get the last wicket for VOC. Dosti desperately hanging on, seeing if they can pray for a little bit of rain, which is very close to getting a 1 point out of it. Rohan down the leg side. Scotty Edwards is having a shocker. He's having a shocker. Oh, Scotty Edwards has had a bad day. Rohan Malik trying to get this wicket. That's down the leg side, and that doesn't help the cause. That's pulled away for 4, so more time eating out the game. It's not about runs, it's about time. Rohan just has to start it outside off. And I hear thunder and lightning in the background. The thunder and lightning is getting closer. So, can VOC take this last wicket? Well, that's hit, and that's going to be an annoying single for VOC, a very annoying single. 1 ball to go, I believe. The number 11 now on strike. So Hossan Bakes and Kumar, frustrating VOC here. And that's blocked, so well batted by the number 11. Dosti doing exactly what they need to do. VOC though, another side of this, are eking up to that 20 overs, and if they get to the 20 over mark, then it doesn't matter if it rains. So, can they do it? Lightning and thunder is imminent. Scott Edwards, old symbols today. They call him Scott Symbol Edwards. Can't catch a thing, but can he catch the winning one off Peter Saylor? Pierce Fletcher at short cover. Ayaz Durrani at extra cover. We've got 3 sweepers on the leg side. Peter Saylor going to come off 1 or 2 steps here and race through another over, you'd believe. Here he comes. That is blocked. So the number 10 partnership really showing that you can bat on this pitch. I think the Dosti top order would be disappointing with how they applied themselves. Pierce now into short cover. Oh, and that's swept well, and that's going to be well fielded by young Seeb. If he gets the throw in, it's just a 1, and a little bit of a mistake here from Dosti. So a perfect result for VOC. They've got the number 11 on strike with Peter Saylor to have 4 balls at him. So can Peter Saylor mop this up? And it's defended into the offside. Maybe they could get a silly mid-off in there. Peter Saylor bowling to the number 11. Can he get that last wicket? Well defended again. I don't think I've seen a bowler come off a shorter run-up. I don't know if you can view it on your screen, but he's coming off 1 or 2 steps and just rolling that arm over. It's well bowled again. Another dot. Number 11 doing his job. The clouds are getting closer. Or am I just booming it up for effect? I don't even know anymore. That is a moon ball. Hit into the leg side and he'll remain on a 0 because they won't take it. So another overdone. They're getting closer to that beautiful 20 over mark. They've got to get into position quicker than this. Rohan Malik, another junior VOC player with the ball. Dosti batting out for rain. It is imminent. It is imminent. There is huge dark clouds all around us. Doesn't look like it on your screen, maybe looks a little bit bright. It is very, very, very dark. They need to get in position and get this going. Rohan to continue. That's well bowled. That's the line and that's the length outside off stump. Yeah, they've got to beat the rain is the shout from the VOC skipper, and Rohan bowls a wide. They can't afford wides. Rohan's got to try and keep it outside the off stump if he can. Scotty Edwards takes his first take for the day. Rowe's got to keep this outside off stump. That's flighted. Catch it, Peter Saylor for the win. Oh, it's on 1 bounce. Run him out. Oh, geez. Peter Saylor, oh, couldn't get there on the half volley. Pretty good pick up. VOC 1 inch away from the win. That's flighted as well. That's hit hard. Tim de Kock for the win. Oh, it's on the half volley again. I don't know what I'm seeing here in the commentary box, but VOC cannot get this last wicket. 2 shots mid-off and mid-on are in the ring. There's lightning and thunder everywhere. They need 1 wicket. Flighted again. Blocked into... Oh, they're running. Max O'Dowd's going to get a run out. That's going to be the game. Oh, he's hit him. Max O'Dowd, the man of the hour, has come across. He's picked it up with 1 hand and he's taken the stumps. It's run out. Oh, disarray. And VOC are going to take the 4 points as lightning and thunder goes all around the ground. What a weird day of cricket that has been. But that is the win for the VOC Rotterdam team. That might take them to clear top of the table on net run rate. That is a really big win. And what a fitting way to end. Max O'Dowd, the man with 130 odd not out today, gets the run out. And a big, big win for VOC. Oh, I'm all ecstatic here. Hula hoop, elephant, snow, words. Oh, I'm just ecstatic for the boys. A great performance. Young Seben Arnav with the new ball, taking the wickets. And yeah, what a great day of cricket in the end. The winner is Top Class Cricket as I pan it across. Can we get a player here for an interview to wrap up the game? Maybe Max O'Dowd wants to join us. Who knows? They're going to go shake hands first. But what a funny day of cricket that is as the batsmen leave the field. Here come the Dosti faithful. I do get paid to being a cameraman, also a commentator. It's been great to have you all here with us in Dosti, in Amsterdam, I should say. All bowled out for 44 in 17 overs. VOC bowling 17.4 overs of spin. Can't recall the last time I've ever seen that happen. Plenty of scores going on around the ground, everyone being the rain. If you didn't believe me about the weather, I'm going to test my skill here. Here we go. Wow. All that is right next door, and there's a hell of a lot. Can I say that? I'll say it. Hell of a lot of lightning and thunder. So they've gotten on time, and that will bring an end to the game. So disappointing here for Dosti, but VOC will take the win. And a really important win maybe in the end of this season. As, hold on, look at this. Pierce Fletcher's gaining pace. This is the most you've ever seen this man run. There's no Tosties nearby. Pierce, come join me over here. Or you want to, no, stand forward. Take 3 steps back. Further, please, further. And 1 more step back. There we are. Pierce Fletcher, I'm going to hold the microphone out like this. Hold on. Can we get this over?
No, you're fine, it's all right.
Okay, 1 moment, viewers. We've got a live and exclusive interview. Pierce, you've beaten the rain. You've taken the 4 points and the chocolates. How do you feel?
Look, Corey, it's been an exceptionally long day. We started today at 8:30 at VOC getting that COVID test, and 7 o'clock now feels early, you know, so great win for the lads, and spin department did its job, and happy to take the chocolates home, mate.
And Pierce, 17 overs of spin. When was the last time you saw that? And was it discussed from the VOCs that we need to beat the rain here?
Yes, absolutely. That was the plan. Spin at all costs. Izarani was ready to go. To follow up Peter Saylor and Rohan Malik, who I think, really bowled excellently after that first spell. Yeah, look, great performance from the lads, and if you keep blowing boards, the umpires can only do one thing, and that's put their finger up.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, blowing boards is LBWs. Now, big question coming in, is it ribs night for the house? Are we celebrating with 650 grams of Smoky Joe's ribs?
Look, Corey, I don't want to comment too heavily on the ribs, but I think we can safely say that they will be ordered en route back to the kettle.
And you've heard the final words there from Pierce Fletcher. Unbelievable day of cricket. Thank you for joining us live on Frogbox and Interact Sport. We'll be back next week for VOC HBS, Pierce.
Can't wait for that one, Corey. Straight after your birthday. Should be a goodie.
Yeah, birthday on the 28th if you want to get some presents in. Thanks for joining us, guys, and we'll see you next week. Bye for now. Cheers, mate. Good win.
Great win.